Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. But before we get started on today's daily collective read, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. Saturn is moving back into Aries. Neptune's already in Aries. Tempers might be a little bit hot right now. You might be feeling a little bit more temperamental. You might be feeling a little bit more of a time crunch. We always experience this as we start going through some of these transitions. We're also moving very quickly into eclipse season, which is going to effectively be kicked off when we start moving towards that new moon in Pisces. Emotions and strong feelings. Emotions and strong feelings, and also working through the space of hypersensitivity, given the fact that Jupiter is still retrograding in Cancer. This is not to say, right? This is not to say that there isn't healthy progress that can be made in the realm of emotions right now, but you have to be careful in terms of how one is carrying those emotions, okay? It's big feeling energy, and we often notice this as we start to move into eclipse season. And the reason I'm articulating this, okay, is we're working through a lot of this emotionality. We got a bit of a precursor on this when we had that Capricorn new moon energy, the lunation cycle previous to the one that we just experienced. It's a continuation of recognizing that emotions don't fix things unless they have healthy directions attached to them, making sure that you're working through the context of patience and perseverance right now. And the reason I say patience, and if I say patience and you wince, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it louder. Patience. Yes, I know, patience. And patience does not mean waiting, okay? You'll never find patience waiting around. Patience is how we are productive as we move towards our manifestation goals, right? It allows the modality of letting ourselves be busy. It's working into the understanding of what it means to bring something into fruition. It's the modality by which your hands are always full. And I want to describe this right now, because what we are effectively seeing is we're coming out of a very, we're still like, and I was describing this as we were going through all of those planets being in retrograde, working through some of that lag. And I kept on saying, just wait until the eclipse, like wait until the retrograde season ends, because once it does, it's gonna feel like everything is like turned, is like full speed with a little bit extra. So don't get ahead of yourself right now. Take things in a proportional way, one thing at a time. If something feels too big, break it into smaller pieces. Everything can get done, but things don't get done when we feel like there's a lot to get done. It's like working through the irony of that. This is also a really good time to not so much focus on a to-do list, but rather to focus on a get-done list. Be making sure that you're honoring how far you've come, what you've energetically accomplished. All of this is to say, and again, I'm going to be writing a whole article about this shortly over on the Stack. But as we get closer to this eclipse cycle. What we want to do, and it would probably be a good time to have like feelings check-ins, because the modality of working through a lot of emotions coming towards us all at once, right? This is often what we see when we go through Pisces energy. It's not just about having the emotions, but being able to have the fortitude to be able to communicate through emotions that'll lead to healthy direction. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to talk a bit about the energy that is currently working in solitude, the energy that is coming into divine union, and the energy that is deep within divine union. One of the other big things that we saw recently, at least I saw it when we were reading, is that there's been a relationship shift. And that has to do with right around the time that we just experienced that new moon in Capricorn energy. We saw that there was a pretty dramatic shift out of the relationship lessons being focused on the lessons that we see in the moon card, which is why I was articulating them as the moon relationships, into relationships that are focusing on a lot of the lessons that we find in the world card. This is why we're articulating them as world partnerships. And a lot of that, they could not be more different, is what we're effectively seeing. Because while we saw that for a lot of those moon relationships were built upon subtlety, being able to find peace, a lot of this world energy is working through productivity, right? The interconnectedness of the self that allows for outward expansion. The work that we do to be able to understand, right? To be able to see things in a holistic way, and recognizing that that holistic aspect allows us to heal relationship. So we see either two different modalities that is presently happening right now for a lot of those energies that are in solitude working through these lessons. These are either individuals who are working in solitude, recognizing that there's no greater gift that you can bring into partnership than finding your bliss, right? Understanding that there's no manifestation on this earth that will make you happy if you don't find the joy, right? Manifestations are a BYOJ situation. It's bring your own joy. If you don't find it on the way, you're not going to find it when you get there. So we see that this could be a lot of energy right now that is working in solitude, cultivating their sense of joy, understanding that that is not selfish, so long as it is proportional, so long as that joy is something that you would eagerly and equally give to another. It is allowing that centeredness of the self by which all things become possible. We also see that there are potentially relationships that are coming together right now that are speaking upon that shared state of bliss, articulating upon the joy that they found in solitude. They might even be a little bit apprehensive as it relates to entering into partnership. But we see that a lot of that apprehension is built upon and based upon the comprehension, recognizing the gift that they found in finding their joy, and being very energetically careful in relationality to who they share it with. But we do see that this is why, with Uranus coming out of retrograde in Taurus, it's a continuation of the understanding of pushing our comfort zone, right? The only way we find a deeper sense of comfort is the ability to feel uncomfortable, but not in the space by which we feel contorted. Now, this brings us to the moon relationships, and those moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of January 18th, so the time that we experience that Capricorn new moon energy, up until the period of time that we had over the fall when Uranus first stationed retrograde, which is around September 6th. Now, these moon relationships, we see that there may be a very fast expansion process that is potentially happening. For a lot of these relationships, working into the context of taking something slow, you have to remember that these were relationships that were coming together when all of those planets were in retrograde. But again, why now we're starting to get indications as to why they were coming together so slowly. Because if these were circumstances or situations wherein we recognize and identify that these are relationships, that these are very, very purpose-driven partnerships, relationships that really have a lot of external focus. They put a lot of that energy outside of themselves, not necessarily due to the fact of ambition, but because in the space of finding their purpose, they feel like they're energetically answering the call of the self. However, we see that for a lot of these relationships, potentially carrying wounds in past relationship experiences with individuals that did not share a mutual sense of purpose, potentially having those experiences by which they experienced modalities by which it felt like another was taking another's purpose personally. We see that for a lot of those relationships, there is a massive healing process that is occurring because it is the observation of working through and identifying the shape of that, right? Being able to feel the energetic relief, particularly and especially as it relates to the ability to effectively be able to focus even more on that sense of purpose that is building into these relationships, having such healthy ground, because the healthy ground that they're finding is actually the firmament of a partnership wherein they don't need to feel like they have to perpetually concentrate on the condition or quality of the relationship. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer, which is around June 21st of last year. These relationships were building upon the lessons of the temperance card as they were coming together. The work, everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And I want to stress that this is the energy that may be feeling the most strain right now, because I see that they're going through a very emotional expansion, potentially having reached a level of intimacy by which they've uncovered a trauma wall within the self, which is very difficult to eradicate because it's a space by which they may have felt like they had to create a safe space within themselves at the time that they were experiencing trauma that the healthy relationship is potentially butting up against. So that experience, like potentially working through the understanding and recognition of some of the tools that one learned at a time of trauma. And this is the hard part, right? Like this is what we learn about a trauma environment that's so difficult. The tools, right? The tools that we find in a trauma environment become the weapons in a healthy one, right? The observation of the transmogrification by which something that was necessary in an unhealthy space feels like it's energetically harmful in a healthy one. We see that there's a lot of these relationships that may be working through catharsis and calibration, being able to identify and recognize those parts of the self, but also holding those parts with a sense of compassion as they work to heal them, with the deepening understanding of how they were formed and why they were so important at the time that they were first, when they were first energetically created. And so we see that for a lot of those relationships, it's a gentle process. It may even be feeling like those modalities by which they may be inadvertently wounding one another. But even in the modality by which they're recognizing and identifying it, they're getting stronger in being able to see and perceive those tendencies in order to build into something that feels more healthy or greater. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th as we will travel to the location by which the tarot was first discovered to sharpen our understanding of the cards while also learning more about the culture by which they were formed. We'll be traveling to Italy on that journey, and everybody who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize that retreat and those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. I also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening next week. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword suite of the court cards. Everyone who, we're going to be studying the history of those cards, the symbology of the cards. I'm going to be walking you guys through spread applications, how to interpret those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own reads. I'll also be presenting you a unique spread that'll help you channel the messages of the sword cards into your own readings. And all of that is available to you if you become a paid subscriber over on my stack. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. Even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I'll be writing one shortly. I'm releasing one shortly on this new moon eclipse energy that we've got coming in. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey, as well as offering dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, and if you'd like to get on the list today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list, as you'll be the first person read for, and the first person read for every day will always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. And if you are interested, we are reading here for highest priority messages in spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. Welcome, James. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And thank you so much, Hope, for joining us today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Welcome, Kim, and welcome, Adam. So good to see you today, dear. A 6. Let's see if we can get that 6 up. Thank you for those heart me's, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. And thank you for sharing the live, Adam. I appreciate you. Trina, good to see you as well today. How are you doing, Per? Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, Vishan? Jana, thank you for those beautiful gifts. Thank you for those heart me's. I appreciate you as well. And Per, thank you for helping me get to my crown goal today. I appreciate you. Grand Rising Queen, how are you to start of your day going? And Nonbinary, welcome. Good to see you as well. Grand Rising Dada, and thank you for sharing the live as well. Kay, guys, please remember, please welcome our mod Kay Megan in for day. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. You be gifted as well, Nonbinary. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you so much as well. Good job. Good to see you, Anne. And Tina, thank you for those heart me's as well. And thank you, Tina, for joining my fan club for 3 months. I deeply appreciate you. Just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio that you'll find in my profile. And if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership status entitles you to our subscriber rate for readings, as well as your free 1 card each day. Thank you as well, Brianna, for becoming the 104th member of my fan club. Grand Rising, Bridget. So good to see you today. And thank you for that heart me. Yes, I do. The Akashic readings are the same amount as the other readings. So all of the readings are 29 or donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Thank you for the help. Okay. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. If you want to get on the list right now, it's an excellent time to get on the list. The first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. That is up for grabs. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be when we get to 50K likes. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 6.8. And I will be gifting a reading back to the collective for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Before we get started today, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. We are going to be starting our read today. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update this Wednesday. We are going to be starting with the headspace of masculine. Can I get three cards, please? And we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine right now. 3 cards to start. What do we have here? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We are starting our day off today with the 3 of Cups in its upright, the 10 of Cups in its upright, as well as the Page of Cups in its upright. That's a lot of cups. That's a lot of cups. Let's talk about it. Let's break it down. I want to describe, and I'm not surprised to see this many cups right now. Pisces new moon, eclipse energy. Pisces new moon, eclipse energy. It's working into the space of a lot of emotions. And I want to stress this. It's nice to see the cups energy in their upright, because what we're effectively identifying, and I like to see these 3 cards together, is a continuation of what we identify and recognize in relationality to healthy manifestation goals. It's just a continuation of a healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared. It's no harder than that. That's all I see with these cards. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, right? It's not just enough to articulate what the energetic dream is, but being able to put the work in to get there. And it allows for that recognition point as it relates to working into the context of harmony and serenity. And we want to talk a little bit about this too, because what we're effectively seeing here, and I want to describe this, we're seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, and I want to stress this is for those who are working on their healing journey, right? It's the understanding and the recognition of what it feels to energetically find peace. And it's a continuation of understanding, and this is what we effectively identify, right? There's no happiness that exists for us on the side of any manifestation goal. The distortion point in believing that there's a manifestation goal that will change how you energetically feel, right? That in itself is false, right? There are things that make things easier. There are things that make things better, right? But the ability to identify the why, like why we effectively desire our manifestation goals, helps us get to the center of understanding our energetic purpose, right? And you often see this, right? Like, let's talk a little bit about the difference between amplifying joy versus ambition, right? What is the difference between amplifying joy and ambition? When one is working towards amplifying joy, you're basically working into a context of fruition, right? The space by which you find energetic harmony, and you're hoping to expand and expound upon it. However, when we're in the experience by which we're working through ambition, it's often working into the context by which we ourselves don't feel energetically satisfied, right? It's the space by which we feel like we're trying to prove something to the self. And that's always, and we have to understand, when we move as we're proving, we're always hungry, right? When we move in the way that we feel like we must prove, we're always hungry, because it's a space by which there's always something more to prove, right? It's working through the lack mentality. But when we find our effective space by which we recognize and identify what feels nourishing, what feels energetically fortifying, and we start from there, right? Then we grow our energetic bliss, right? It's something that we effectively try to expand upon. And I like to see this type of energy right now in the headspace of masculine, because we see that for the masculine that is effectively doing this work, it's the observation of recognizing and identifying how to effectively reciprocate on manifestation goals, right? And that ability, like that adaptability, allows for the experience by which another feels, right, unified in terms of how they themselves are experiencing something. Now, I also see here, and I like this too, because, and I want to talk about this because this feels like a healthy Page of Cups. Sometimes we see the Page of Cups and it's not always in the best modality, or it's not always in the best experience. But when we see, like if I have to see the Page of Cups in any experience like this is exactly what we want to see, right? Because this is what we talk about in relationality to bridge energy, right? What do we effectively identify and recognize here? It's the journey that says, right, that when we recognize a healthy manifestation goal, we can articulate why it's good, right? Like there's why it's good, and why it's energetically good for others, right? It's just a good thing. The life-changing power of a good manifestation is a good idea, is one that like it feels like it's reciprocated. It feels like it creates a lot of that energetic harmony. So we've got a lot of that energy that we effectively see there. And I want to describe this. This is important that we want to identify, like this is what we want to set our work towards, because it helps us understand that joy is arrived to within the self before it's found everywhere else, right? Now, this is going to bring us to feminine energy, and we're going to be utilizing 3 cards for feminine right now. And the 3 cards we're going to be utilizing for feminine at this time are going to be the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 3 of Cups in its upright. Okay. So we've got double 3 of Cups right now. So that's good. Let's continue right now. What else do we have? We have the Judgment card in its reversal, as well as the World card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the differences between what we identify specifically in relationality to that work that we see in the masculine space versus the feminine right now. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For feminine right now, what we're effectively identifying is a lot. I feel like there's a lot more work that we see that's happening in relationality to working into the context of identifying and recognizing healthy boundaries is what we keep on seeing. And one of the things that I want to describe, and this is what, and I need to just, and this is why we talk about, right? When we talk about, like, why do we see the disparities here? It's because when we recognize the trauma that we carry, it's understanding and identifying the work by which we have to heal often starts by being able to effectively remove the trauma that we effectively experienced at a time that we ourselves could not be in our authenticity. And I need to point this out, right? Because when I remember, the reason I think that to a certain extent, seeing the Page of Cups in the headspace of masculine is positive is because in the headspace, right, the Page of Cups becomes beautified because the headspace, the Page of Cups becomes the work that we do in inner child healing, right? You can't move into this experience if you're not prioritizing your wishes, right? But it's also the space by which we recognize that our wishes have to be blessed. And a blessed wish is one that can multiply, right? A blessed wish is one that can multiply. So when we recognize that our wishes can be blessed, then it allows the space of identifying and recognizing a healthy manifestation goal. So we've got a lot of that space by which we recognize that this is the energy of the masculine that understands why we have to work towards vulnerability. Because how do we recognize that our wishes are blessed unless we can energetically talk about them? And the space by which we can talk about what we wish for or our manifestations, right? By bringing them, by giving our wishes breath, they become manifestations and others are able to share in them as well. So we see that there's a lot of that unified energy there, particularly and especially as it relates to the work of masculine, the healthy masculine energy that does the work to heal the vulnerable part of the self. And in the space by which they work to heal the vulnerable part of themselves, they're able to energetically express what their ideal is, and that ideal is effectively shared by those around them. For feminine, the hard part about this is working through the trauma that feminine carries around vulnerability. Do you see the difficulty here? Because masculine is learning how to be vulnerable. They're understanding that vulnerability is a gift. And once masculine is able to be in the space by which they honor the gift of vulnerability within themselves, they start to honor the vulnerability that they see in others. Because when the masculine hates their vulnerability, then they project that hatred of their vulnerability in relationality to whatever they see around them that's vulnerable, which is often creates the distortion point of masculine of viewing feminine in the space by which they love and hate, right? Where do you get a love and hate mentality? That's usually a sign that you haven't done your shadow work properly. Because if there's a modality by which you see vulnerability in another, right, and you hate it, but you also desire it, it often talks about the relationship that you have with your own vulnerability, because you're effectively casting the shadow projection onto someone that is outside of the self, which is why we see that the work that feminine is doing in terms of healing their vulnerability is much more complicated, because feminine is basically healing from the vulnerability paradox. And what is the vulnerability paradox that feminine heals from? Feminine is healing from the vulnerability paradox, and 9 times out of the 10, feminine's wandering through an experience and they're saying, be more vulnerable, be more vulnerable. Why aren't you more in your feminine? Why aren't you more in your feminine? Why aren't too feminine? Too vulnerable. Wrong person you are vulnerable with. Now we get to hold you in contempt for having your vulnerability, right? The modality by which feminine often feels like they're on a balance beam in the space by which there's others. Half the time energy is demanding that they're more vulnerable. The other half of the time feminine's getting barraged for being too vulnerable. So we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, this is the feminine that identifies and articulates that balance, right? Balance, that's why I keep on hearing vulnerability is subjective, right? Vulnerability. Feminine is honored when others recognize that feminine's vulnerability is a choice and it's subjective. It's the modality by which the feminine is fortified as it relates to where they feel energetically vulnerable, because typically the modality of vulnerability is earned. It's not demanded. And when feminine sees energy that demands vulnerability, does that make feminine more inclined to be vulnerable? No, it doesn't. It often creates the space by which the feminine feels less inclined. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy working into that context, right? Um, this is feminine that works into the space. And I keep on hearing healthy feminine energy is not prone as it relates to their vulnerability, right? Which is often understanding. And this is the feminine just kind of getting like, this is why feminine has to heal from rejection, right? The modality by which another person says, you're not vulnerable enough, being like, you're like, that's not a negative. That's not a negative. That's a positive. Because that's the feminine that understands that their vulnerability is a gift, right? And when they work into that context, then they're able to identify and recognize why they energetically hold it as such. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that's working through that capacity. And even as they do so, it allows the context by which they're able to articulate their feelings better. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine that is working through the context via the healthy communication. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for the non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing I'm feeling inclined to use the Nouveau Tarot right now for the headspace of non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards, please? There we go. We've got here the 3. Oh my God. I can't today. You guys, are you seeing this? We've got it's the 3 of Cups in its reverse. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, if you're a tarot nerd, I'm sorry if you're a tarot nerd. Okay, if you're not a tarot nerd, and it's all in the same place. You understand? Hold on, like you have to understand this. It's you guys. It's a masculine energy. It's the 3 of Cups and it's upright. Feminine energy. It's the 3 of Cups and it's upright. Non-binary. It's the 3 of Cups and it's reversal. But let's talk about it because it's a like I'm not surprised to see this here. It's a conversation in relationality to vulnerability. Okay, 3 of Cups and it's reversal. King of Pentacles and it's upright. Ace of Pentacles and it's upright. We've been seeing a lot of pentacle energy right now, particularly when we're reading into the non-binary space. So let's get into it. Like let's dive down because what are we effectively drilling into right now? And I want to describe this, and this is why I'm not surprised to see this right now, because I want to identify that what we're basically seeing, particularly and especially as it relates. And you see why this is often working into the context of what may feel energetically complicated? Because I need to stress this. Often when we're reading into the non-binary space, my interpretation and reading is we often see a combination of force of working through the modality of the space by which masculine is working and feminine. So you see the energetic complication that we're identifying that's arriving here, particularly and especially in relationality to how we hold vulnerability. And I keep on seeing, and the reason I keep on seeing that the 3 of Cups in its reversal, it's the articulation and the understanding that all vulnerability, right? All vulnerability is not alike, okay? And this is why I see that is coming through here because, okay? And this is what we have to recognize. Good lessons have caveats. Right? Every good lesson has an energetic caveat. So the modality by which we understand, right, our vulnerability is fortified by logic. Okay? Why do we articulate? It is very important that vulnerability is fortified with logic because here's the thing. The ego is very sensitive. And so why do we see the difference here with the 3 of Cups? Because this is the energy of the non-binary working into the space of trying to articulate to another the difference between vulnerability and sensitivity. What is the difference between vulnerability and sensitivity? And this is why it's often difficult, okay? Because we have to be strong if we want to be vulnerable. And what do I mean by the fact that I articulate that we have to be strong if we want to be vulnerable? Because when you recognize that the ego is hypersensitive, right? The ego is hypersensitive in the space by which it doesn't want to see things. Okay? The ego is very sensitive in the space by which it does not want to see things. So when we recognize and identify the space of the ego that is very sensitive because it does not desire to see things, then we have the ability to determine the difference between egocentric sensitivity versus vulnerability. And often what happens and this is why it's so important that we heal our egos, because when we have a hypersensitive, egocentric perspective, we become afraid of vulnerability. We see vulnerability, the hypersensitive, egocentric perception sees vulnerability and is energetically terrified by it, because you have to understand that the ego-centered hypersensitivity of the ego fears vulnerability. The whole ego is that when you recognize that the ego is the defense mechanism of the soul, when you recognize that the ego is the defense mechanism of the soul, and what does the ego say? Beyond everything else, even when it's doing something ridiculous, what's the ego doing? Protect, 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 right? And often those that are, what happens when someone's really ego driven? What is the first sign that somebody's really ego driven? They feel like they're in danger all the time. They might not communicate it. They might not say it to others. They might be trying to hide the fact that they're abjectly terrified all the time. But that's where it basically comes from, right? And then you have to build that, like you have to build that fake wall, right? It's like it builds up too big. And what often triggers that wall? More vulnerability, right? Seeing another person that's in their energetic vulnerability. So this is, and this is why, and this is the thing about it. This is why we talk about, and that's why I keep on hearing, right? The caveat. Not all vulnerable, it's not, make sure to be able to determine the difference between sensitivity and vulnerability, right? And how does one discern between sensitivity and vulnerability, right? Hypersensitivity is the space, and you can usually determine this in the space by which you recognize the hypersensitive ego does not want to see things, right? I don't want to look at that because it makes me feel weird. I know it makes me feel a bunch of things I'm not ready to feel. It makes me like, right? Like oh, I feel confused. It's a modality by which we understand the formation of the bruise, right? Whereas when we're vulnerable, we can explain upon it. We can expound upon it, right? We talk about it. And this is why we talk about the fact that the breath is blessed, because the breath is blessed, because when we get to the bottom of it, right, and this is why we talk about it. And I know it's a touchy subject, but it should be. Sensitivity is not all sensitivity is alike, because when you recognize that the hypersensitive ego is sensitive about everything, right? But true vulnerability requires work, right? It requires the ability to hold space or hold presence for it. Then our ability to effectively articulate upon it allows us to feel energetically fortified by it. And that's what's beautiful, right? And this is how you can usually check. Like, this is how you can usually check, right? And this is why it's good to talk about things. This is why we literally say it's good to talk about it. It's like literally good to talk about it. Because if you feel sensitive about something, but you can't explain why you feel sensitive about it, ego check. Ego check. Ego, because it's there it is, right? Like there we have identified the culprit of the sensitivity, right? We've identified the culprit, and we all have that capacity. None of us are free of that. We're supposed to have egos. Healthy ego is one that you can see through. You see that it's there, right? It's working into the context that it's very similar to the soul that exists within it. So, and I feel like that to a certain extent, that is why we see that is the energy that's potentially working through that, but in a slightly more complicated fashion, which is why we see that we've got all of the Three of Cups energy here, but in this modality, it's in its reversal. Let's continue into the heart space, and we're going to start first the heart space of masculine, we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of masculine right now, the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. Whoop. 5 of Wands, and it's upright. 2 more. Ooh, more cup energy. Queen of Cups energy, and it's upright. And 1 more, please. There it is. Come on. The Emperor in its reversal. Like to see this too. This is some good stuff here. Specifically and particularly, and I just want to show you this. This is good, right? The Page of Cups. Page of Cups in its upright in the head space with an Emperor in its reversal in the heart space. Like, I'm going to explain why this is important, particularly and especially because we've got this Queen of Wands energy here too. This is a continuation of what we identify is potentially occurring right now, which is a recognition point of understanding that how we feel about vulnerability is a really good temperature in relationality to how our inner child work is going, right? It's hard, right? How we feel about vulnerability tells us everything. It's a good thermometer is that's basically what these 3 cards say to me, right? If you need a good thermometer in terms of how your inner child feels, how's that inner child feeling going? What's the first thing that comes to your head when I say the word vulnerable, right? Is it the modality by which you feel protective? Is the space by which you feel the sense of wanting to protect something? Or is it the space by which you want to hurt it? How's that inner child healing going? How's that inner child healing going? How do you feel? How do you feel when I say the word vulnerable? What's the first thing that pops into your head? That modality and that experience, right? And this is a continuation of what we articulated. And this is often why we understand that the steps that we take to heal our relationship begin with how well we've healed our inner child, right? Because the way others experience our relationship is often the projection of how well we've tended our inner child, right? When we see, like, if you're in a space by which you haven't healed your inner child and you hate vulnerability in yourself, then when you have a counterpart that's trying to open up to you and be vulnerable, right? What do you see there, right? You feel the capacity of working through what you identify as threat, right? It's literally the space, like the ego that's too expanded sees vulnerability and feels it as threat because it's a modality by we recognize or we feel the volatility of something that we work to quash within ourselves, right? And this is what often is at the heart of unhealthy relationship dynamics, because when we heal the ability of understanding that vulnerability is the most precious gift, that the ability to maintain vulnerability is something that we work to prioritize and protect, then we see that quality and attribute in others and we celebrate it there, right? We energetically honor it. We honor our inner child and we honor the inner child that we see in others as they themselves are working towards that vulnerability. And what happens if we are not in a space by which we are honoring our vulnerability? Then we see vulnerability in others, and what happens? We get sensitive. We get sensitive. We don't like to see it. It bothers us. We can't explain why. It just gets under our skin, just bothers us, right? We shirk away. So that modality of understanding and working through the capacity of understanding, doing that work, being able to do this, right? This is the energy that effectively, and this is a type of energy that we want to see as we move into Pisces new moon energy, right? Because it's working through the emotionality and specifically identifying and recognizing, right? And this is the energy of masculine that articulates, it says, when I honor the vulnerability within myself, I begin the healthy work of healing relationship because I see that in others. And instead of feeling volatile, I feel the modality or the capacity or the desire to energetically protect it, right? It's acting in, it's becoming, it's a space by which masculine understands that never are they embodying masculine more than when they act as energetic safeguard towards it. Now, this brings us back towards feminine energy again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one thinks feels, what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards for feminine, please, and we're going to be utilizing for feminine right now. What are we going to be utilizing? We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. We've got 1, 2, and 1 more, please. 3. We've got the World card in its reversal. We've got the Emperor card in its upright. Oh my gosh. And we have the Strength card in its upright. Wow, that's really remarkable. But we're going to talk about it too. Because, and I want to kind of stress this, one of the things that we're basically seeing here is, and we've basically and I want to describe this, okay? And I feel like this is walking through the level or the capacity of the healing that we see that feminine is working through right now. And I want to just describe this best as, and here's the thing with this, and I want to describe, so I want to show you what we've got here. We've got an Emperor card in its reversal in the heart space of masculine. But I actually think that that's a good thing because, again, what do we see that's on the top of it? We've got the Page of Cups. So that's good because this is the work that we do to honor the feelings, right? For feminine, it's honoring the feelings by being protective of them, is what I keep on seeing. For a lot of that energy, what we're basically identifying or defining there is working into, I keep on hearing working into the context of, and this is just, look, and I want to just show you this, especially with the World card in its reversal, right? Right, this is the feminine working through, the World card in its reversal is being able to articulate upon the feelings, right? And this is what we keep on seeing, particularly and especially with a lot of the feminine energy that's working through this, right? Feelings don't fix things, but articulating upon feelings shows us where the work needs to go, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. This is a lot of the feminine that is working into the context that says, as long as I'm being responsible with my feelings, right? This is the feminine that says, as long as those feelings have directions attached to them, right? As long as those feelings are logical and reasonable, right? And here's the thing about it. You will be the most logical, reasonable person on the planet with your feelings, and you will still face rejection. Why? Because unhealthy relationship hates healthy things in it. Unhealthy relationship hates healthy things in it. And this is why when we recognize what is healthy and we are bringing healthy things and we feel energetic rejection, we don't get too stressed about it because we recognize that that's a blessing. It's a blessing. We're like, oh, good, a blessing. Oh, thank goodness. Look, I found a blessing today. Oh, this is lovely. Look at this lovely blessing I found where I brought what an incredible day. I brought logic. I brought a strong emotion with a logical direction, and I experienced rejection, and I identified the source of the problem. It's like this is the energy that just effectively identifies and recognizes upon that and working into that capacity, right? being able to recognize and identify that that's the energy saying that's a strong suit. That's a strong suit. That's a feminine being like, that's feminine's greatest asset, right? And feminine, like feminine's like, look at the logic on this one, right? It's like, look at the logic on this one, because it allows the feminine to be able to understand that that is the feminine that has a healing presence. You want to know, you want to embody a healing presence, right? And I hate to break this to you. You want to embody a healing presence, you can't take a healing presence everywhere, right? You got to be energetically selective. Because there is no amount of healing that you can bring to a trauma space, right? If it's energetically confusing and you're bringing something healing there and it just gets more confusing, right? Let that be, like, that is your note, right? And that's the modality by which you move towards. And this is a feminine that says that the space by which, this is what we talk about with the force of love, right? The modality by which we're energetically productive with it doesn't mean that we spin our gears in spaces by which it doesn't feel energetically valued. It's the modality by which we identify and recognize the force of intention by which we focus upon our energetic direction. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively facilitating and doing that work, I feel like this is interesting because I feel like this is energy of the feminine that's not taking that as heavily, right? They're taking it, they're not taking it personally, they're taking it profoundly, right? Like while continuing moving into non-binary space right now. 3 cards for non-binary, please. And we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of non-binary. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. Actually, yeah, Tarot del Fuego. Where'd they go? Thank you. 1, 2, and 3. We've got here the Strength card in its reversal, which is what we also see in the heart space of feminine. So there's a lot of interconnectedness that we're seeing in these cards right now. We've got the 9 of Cups in its upright. And we have the Knave, the Page of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively seeing here. Because, and I want to describe this. So there, as I mentioned, a lot of pentacle energy that we see that's occurring right now, particularly in the space of non-binaries, like generally. And this is working into, right? When we see a lot of pentacle, it's work. Pentacles are practical, right? Pentacles are practical. And I like to point this out. This is a lot of energy that's worked towards healing, very much in the space of being profoundly practical, right? And what is the gift of being profoundly practical? It's the space by which, and here's the thing, practicality is an absolute gift. When you are practical, you are pragmatic, right? When you are practical, you are pragmatic. And when you're pragmatic, right, you don't dwell on things, right? And I feel like this is the space by which, and I want to describe this. What I'm seeing right now in the non-binary space is like a drama-free mentality is what I keep on getting. And why do we see a drama-free mentality, but absolute authenticity, which is what I keep on getting, like drama-free, absolute authenticity, right? Because, and this is what is often, and I keep on seeing, they let, like, it's a drama that they enjoy, but they don't employ, is what I keep on hearing. Drama is something to be enjoyed, not employed, right? So someone who has a taste for drama because it is something that they like to see, but not something that they like to embody. Okay. Like, They're like, the drama stays there. I like to keep it there. That's where the drama is, not over here. No, no, no. There is a nice little space. No, no, drama stays there. I like to look at it. It's fine. Nope, 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 nope. That's where it stays. Is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's where it stays. No, that's why there's a stage. I keep on hearing that's why there's a stage. Because when you recognize that, when you have a space of understanding, right? It's the recognition of working through, right? The space by which you work through. This is energy. That the reason that they it's like they work very hard to be drama free, is what I keep on seeing. And so and that's what happens, right? When you're very pragmatic, right? When you're very practical and you're very pragmatic, you like, I see the energy going, I prefer my drama on the outside, not the inside. Like, I prefer my drama on the outside, not the inside, because it gets in the way, right? It gets in the way. It's a space by which we understand. And this is what I keep on seeing. And I need to stress this. I feel like, and this is what I mean in relationality to some of the healing that I see that this energy is doing. I feel like this energy has walked away from trauma experiences by which another person told them that they were dramatic, but what was really happening was tragic, right? The modality that by which this energy does not stick around for trauma. And trauma is drama. Trauma is drama when you think about it, right? Trauma is drama when you think about it, because it's the modality by which it's not doing what is energetically logical. So this is why I see this is energy has often felt those modalities or experiences that were profoundly painful. Because these are relations, like I see the level of healing that this energy is doing is being in a modality by which right in the midst of awful trauma, they made the choice to effectively move away from it. And what did another person articulate at the time that they were doing that? What did they say they were doing? Said they were being dramatic, right? Somebody being told that one was dramatic because one chose to leave a trauma-filled environment, right? And this is the energy that articulates, and I keep on seeing that this energy is very used to that, is what I keep on seeing, right? This is the energy that says, like, this is the energy that recognizes and identifies that space, right? I keep on seeing, be very wary who someone articulates is the source of drama, because you have to look at the energetic environment by which another person is articulating. The energy that moves away is often articulated as the dramatic one, because the energy does not like trauma. So I see that there's a lot of that energy there that's working through that. And even in the observation of it, it's heavy, right? It's heavy, but they know it all. They know it very, very well. They recognize and identify that that's just the case of it. Continuing to move towards back into the bottom of the deck. So we're going to be utilizing into the unconscious of masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And we're going to be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot deck. 3 cards, please. We have here the Page of Swords in its upright, the Strength card, which we see in the feminine deck in the heart space, and the 9 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing there, specifically and particularly in relationality to, and I just want to and I want to describe this, because this is what we effectively see. Like, I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy right now that's doing this work, it feels like a maturation process, right? And I want to describe this, like, just looking upon these cards, right? Look at the disparity between what we see in the heart space of masculine versus what we see in the head space, right? That Page of Cups versus that Page of Swords energy, right? So what we effectively identify or recognize is I want to describe this to a certain extent. This feels like masculine in a way, like putting like childish things away. And the reason I keep on seeing putting childish things away is coming out of the modality, that energy around, and nobody requires rescuing from anything, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, this is what we effectively see in relationality to that Page of Wands with the Strength card, as well as the Nine of Wands in its reversal, right? And we have to describe this because this is often what we understand, right? The space by which we navigate or experience something, in the state by which we see another and feel like we need rescuing, there's nothing more unhealthy, right? Because when we believe that energy requires rescuing, then we're effectively accuting, right? And the accutation point is the space by which we articulate the feeling of not holding the sense of proportion as it relates to building into the context of healthy relationship. And this is what we understand. Like, we have to understand that this is a huge amount of trauma that masculine is working to release. Look at a lot of the atrocities. Look at a lot of the atrocities in this world. Most of the atrocities did not come from harm. Most of the atrocities came from a distorted ego looking at something perfectly fine and identifying that it needed to be rescued, right? Like, the modality by which we understand love is not about rescuing. It's about active listening, right? And when we remove that rescue mentality, right? When we understand how dangerous it is, because what happens, your entitlement exists in the space by which you look at everything and you believe it needs to be rescued. Because when you look at things from a rescued mentality, you're already viewing something in the perception by which you feel that your perception is energetically correct, right? Active listening is the work that we do to understand and to energetically share. It's the modality by which we amplify the force of our care. And this is the modality by which I see that a lot of the energy works to heal. Because the first thing you have to do is get out of that rescue mentality, right? It's a childish thing. It's a childish mentality. And the identification point that we effectively work to alleviate it, right? We understand that when we carry a childish mentality deeper into a mature experience, it becomes unhealthy. This is what we talk about in relationality to inner child healing, because we want to preserve the healthy inner child. And what does the healthy inner child do? The healthy inner child sees things from a place of wonder, from a space of love, from a space of amplification, from the space of possibility. And then that ego starts to form. And what does the ego start to say, right? Look, I'm here to protect you, right? It's rough out there. Protect. And sometimes you need to protect. There are bad things out there. But the overemphasis, right? The ego that starts to build and build and build and build and build, right? What does the ego start to do? The ego likes to try to convince us that it is a standard. And we recognize and fortify upon our ego getting too big by being able to articulate why something is in an energetic standard. And the modality by which we understand that our trauma loves to masquerade as our standards in disguise is often articulated in the space by which, instead of trying to understand something, we feel the need to energetically rescue upon it without listening clearly and intentionally in terms of what another person energetically needs. So we see that this is a lot of the journey of the masculine recognizing and identifying and working to heal from that tendency, right? And as the masculine continues to do so, right, love becomes active listening, right? It's the modality by which we work to understand so that we can build supportive systems for each other. And so I see even now, right, and I want to point this out, right, even in the modality by which we recognize that the masculine is experiencing that, holding into, right, like holding into that vulnerability, holding that inner child desire preciously, even as one works to heal it, right? Holding it preciously, even as one works to heal it, right? This is what we talk about when we speak about nurturing the wound, right? It's giving, it's working into something carefully, but understanding that that care is how we arrive into a deeper understanding of it. Now, this brings us to the feminine, and we're going to be utilizing for the feminine energy. At the bottom of we'll be utilizing the we're going to be utilizing the the Nouveau Tarot again for the heart space of feminine. And where'd the cards go? Thank you. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Two of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got here the Two of Wands in its reversal. And we have, the World card in its reversal. And this is really important because we've got two world cards in their reversal around the feminine energy right now. And so what are we effectively identifying and seeing in relationality to the feminine working through the unconscious space? This is the feminine that is working, continuing to work into the identification of the difference between being energetically coveted versus cared for, right? This is why feminine, right? This is what we often see in the modality of understanding and recognizing the space by which we effectively work collaboratively, because it is the identification point in being able to be, right, energetically adaptable, but also, right, and I keep on getting this for a lot of the feminine energy, working into the space of trying to articulate to another how one feels, right? The modality or the experience by which one is working through something, but not just the space by which they're working through something, but the space by which they are actively communicating. So the modality by which they're able to effectively identify and articulate upon their feelings, right? The work that they're effectively doing that often allows them the experience or the possibility of being able to expound upon something. But often, right, and this is often what happens with a lot of the feminine energy, feeling the frustration as it relates to their own proportionality of communication. And this is what I like about the feminine here, because we see that this is a feminine that is building into the space of understanding that healthy relationship does not require us to be mind readers, right? Even though the feminine is very good at potentially attenuating what others' needs are, the ability to effectively articulate upon them, to express them, gives us, and I keep on getting this, and this is what I like as well, for feminine energy, that modality or that capacity in being able to articulate and feel the energetic frustration as it relates to working through energetic blind spots, right? And this is what we effectively identify. And this is what I like about feminine energy. Feminine energy is in the space by which they feel, right? Like they feel energetically supported when others show them things, right? The modality or the capacity by which another person is able to effectively articulate upon something, but not just the space by which they articulate it, but the space by which one is able to energetically express. And I keep on getting this here because for a lot of that energy of feminine, I keep on getting working through that capacity or working into that space. And I want to describe this. This is why feminine often builds into the context of feeling energetically distanced from their own energy, because the modality by which they often feel that they're healing from the force of comparison, right? And this is why we talk about comparison being so unhealthy, because comparison builds into the context that there is an ideal that one is energetically falling away from, right? And this is why when feminine becomes present of that, this is a feminine that starts to heal in a very large way, because this is a feminine that says there is no comparison when we're working on our exquisite, right? The modality by which the energy builds into healing, not in the space of feeling the comparison point, but the observation of trauma when another tries to energetically compare something, that then allows the modality by which they themselves are able to feel stronger within the context of their own energetic reality. And I keep on getting that for a lot of the feminine doing that work, this has often come, and this is what's painful about it. A lot of the healing that we see the feminine is working through has come from, much like the masculine, who often feels like they have to carry the weight and the burden of the masculine that is chosen not to heal, right? Much of the weight of the feminine that often feels like they also are working through the unhealed feminine that is still holding oneself to a ridiculous standard, failing to recognize, right? Failing to recognize the space by which they're trying to energetically arrive to something that is not their energetic exquisite, right? So that's often a lot of the feminine that feels the weight of that, because it's a force of compassion that they would like to extend, but often those modalities or experiences by which they themselves, I keep on hearing the compassion by which they've tried to extend, that then becomes the space by which they feel they have to defend, because the feminine energy that was still in the point of comparison didn't see the compassion that was being brought forth in another person trying to energetically help another, right? And this is what we see in relationality to generosity, right? A lot of the energy that's working to heal in that capacity, but it's the observation of the healing that allows one to feel energetically fortified in terms of what it is that one is trying to articulate, or how one is trying to express their feelings about things. And so this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to those feelings, like a lot of the feminine doing that work, right? Like healthy feelings don't fix things, but expressing feelings help us discern, right, where the feelings are energetically respected. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary right now, unconscious, we're going to be we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. We have here the 9 of Swords in its upright, the Page of Wands in its reversal, and the 5 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here in relationality to the unconscious. Now, the thing I keep on seeing, there's a lot of that heavy energy. There's a lot of heaviness. And I want to describe this specifically and particularly as it relates to and I want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing here, because it feels like a lot of work that we're identifying specifically in the space of the inner child healing that we're talking about, that we've been talking about, that we are seeing very heavily. Specifically, I mean, it's coming through across all of the frequencies right now, but I want to describe like the weight that we the weight that we see that is being navigated, particularly and especially for a lot of the energy of non-binary, is working into the pain, right? And what do I mean by the pain? Because what I just described, remember what I just described in relationality to circumstances they've had to experience, by which they've experienced like trauma, and then they tried to move away from trauma, and another person then tried to articulate that they were the source of the drama, right? The modality by which frequently they know that they're moving in the direction that feels that it's the most healthy, but understanding that when one is in a trauma environment, the definition by which another sees you potentially moving away from it, and another tries to articulate that then you, like, it becomes convenient that you are conveniently the source, that the trauma often identifies is the drama. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that this is why that energy like works through a lot of hermit energy, right? Like, remember when we read for this recently and we saw that hermit energy that was just existing in the heart space? This is why that hermit energy isn't going anywhere, right? Because that this is the energy that knows and recognizes that that was effectively the right thing to do. But this is why we talk about the space by which it's painful, right? Like, healing breaks your heart sometimes because it's a modality by which you understand that you can't heal another, right? Those modalities or experiences, and this is why often I want to describe this, a lot of the non-binary energy is very connected to their Saturn lessons, right? Because this is the lesson that Saturn brings to us, which is the observation that often when you're doing what feels energetically best, but energy isn't in the space of maturing in the same rate that you are, right? They'll articulate that you are the source of distress, right? You're doing what is energetically best, and they will identify that you are the source of energetic distress. And the modality, and that's what's painful. I feel like this energy is very used to experiencing others' apologies, but it's the rate of time, right? It's the rate of time by which an apology comes towards you, right? That identifies the fact that it doesn't, it's like, I keep on hearing, it's cathartic, but it's almost like the energy that knew, right? It's like they wait for that apology because they know, like, it's like they knew it at the moment by which they made their articulate, they made that choice. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often works through experiences like that. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing with them, it's like a lot of that energy says, apologies are nice, present apologies are better. Is what I keep on hearing the energy say. And that's what I keep on hearing, because again, apologies are nice because apologies are like, it's like they're soothing, right? Like, a later apology is nice, it's soothing, but it still hurts because it's the modality by which it just reaffirms, like it's a reaffirmation that feels that works into the space, like, but a present apology is even better, is what I keep on hearing, because a present apology builds into the context of being able to effectively recognize and identify, right? Recognize and identify the energetic weight in relationality to how we, like, to the space of not feeling so energetically isolated, right? And so I feel like that's what a lot of that energy often feels like. It's working through that modality and capacity. And I keep on hearing this energy going, I would like, with a love, like the energy going, love, like what does a real-time apology sound like? What is that like? Like, is that like, what's a real-time apology like? Is what I keep on seeing there. But bottom of the deck on these readings. So moving back into the masculine energy. Yeah, there's that Page of Pentacles, right? Probably Queen of Pentacles, and it's upright. So masculine, we have a Queen of Pentacles. But and I want to describe this, right? So this is what we see, that like a lot of the masculine energy is working through, right? The observation, and this is what we talk about. The healthiest relationship you've ever experienced will make you feel things that you've never felt before. So the modality or the experience, right? The modality and the experience of working through, like I just keep on saying, like a lot of that energy that, and I like this because I see the masculine saying, like, when I heal myself, right, I don't look at, I'm not lonely, I'm building into preparation, right? There's no, you imagine the space by which you're never not in relationship, but the modality by which we're ever preparing for the ideal one, right, allows the modality of feeling the energetic capacity. And that requires us, right? And this is the funny thing about it. We try to prepare financially, right? We try to prepare aesthetically. What we need to be doing is preparing emotionally, right? This is why we say, like, get those emotions in check, because as soon as that relationship comes, new emotions come online. Okay, all new, more emotions. Oh, look, oh, I don't know what all these buttons do. I don't know these buttons. I've never seen these before. It looks complicated. But that ability of recognizing and understanding that, like, that is what makes you think you know all the emotions you can feel. Wait till you enter a relationship, right? And so this is why we see no disassociating. Because if you spend your whole life disassociating and then you say, I'm ready for a relationship, and then that relationship shows up, and not only do you have the feelings that you were disassociating from, but all those new emotions that you didn't even know existed, right? that messes with it'll mess with your head, right? It messes with you. But when we're ready and we're taking that capability on, right, then we understand that we nourish our emotions just like we do, just like our bodies, just like our minds, right? Our feelings need to be strengthened too. And how do we get strong in feelings? By feeling them. While we move towards feminine energy, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards for bottom of the deck for feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego Temperance card. Right? We got that Temperance card and it's upright. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing to feminine energy. for a temperance card in the bottom of the deck. But that's the thing about it, right? Patience, right? Working into patience is not waiting, right? Patience is not waiting. We are very productive in our patience. And when we understand, right? When we understand that waiting and patience have never met each other ever, completely different things, right? That's why you'll often see somebody patient and be like, what do you mean? Who's waiting? Nobody's waiting for anything. We don't wait upon things. We're energetically patient when we're productive because it's the modality by which we're perpetually growing and building. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see is effectively working through that. And even as they're working through that, even it's not that they don't get frustrated, but it's the modality by which they don't allow their frustration to override their own energetic sense of purpose. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that works through that. And even as they work through it, they identify and recognize how they're effectively, like it's just like moving. It's like a lot of that kind of like moving on type of energy. And I feel like even in that space, it allows the context by which we ourselves are able to energetically articulate. Now moving into the non-binary space, bottom of the deck, we've got here the Ace of Cups. And so the Ace of Cups, and I want to describe, this is the thing, like the non-binary energy, and I feel like, like you learn how to fill your own cup, but it's nice when you don't have to. It's nice. It's nice when you don't have to, right? Like I literally see this energy. Like I literally see this energy that like starts every day, right? Like it's literally energy that starts every day, like filling that energetic cup, but then also saying it's nice, right? It's nice when one doesn't have to, right? It's nice when another energetically works into the capacity by which we ourselves energetically observe it. And so I feel like for a lot of that energy, it's working through, like often working through those modalities by which I feel like they often feel like they carry themselves in that point of solitude. But even in the space, by which they carry themselves in that space of solitude, it's the understanding and the identification in relationality to effectively identifying and articulating upon, I feel like that is the energy that has worked through the space of saying, you've got to love yourself. Like, you've got to love yourself on every step of the journey. And even more so in the modality that when it feels like others aren't, then you love yourself even more, right? Because that experience, like, that is what we talk about as it relates to building into the fact that love is never created nor destroyed, right? We carry it within us. And that modality or that capacity to be able to articulate upon that allows the space by which we're able to identify what feels like it's energetically profound. But I see that that's often, like, I feel like that's often the energy that even as they're doing so, it often can feel like a lot of that solitude that arises. But the energy that finds, like, I keep on hearing, they find plenitude in the solitude because they understand and identify the fact that they're making loving choices. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have readings. Please keep in mind, also, please keep in mind, I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who participated in our recent class on the World Card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with the focus on the court cards in the Sword Suite. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will not only have access to over 9 hours worth, as a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you to be able to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I'm going to be releasing one shortly on the new moon. And you'll be able to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August that I would like to invite you to join me on. We will be traveling to Italy to study the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, sharpening our tarot skills while simultaneously understanding the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. Everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving complimentary one-on-one classwork with me, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class that comes along with that retreat package. You can sign up for that retreat over on from my stack, or by heading over to my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you sign up this week, you'll be able to pre-register, which allows you a $200 discount to the retreat package. So if you'd like to secure that, please make sure you're doing so sooner rather than later. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer for those for dream interpretation packages, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You are our highest gifter today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. Michelle, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back. We also got to 64K likes, so we will be doing our giveaway, and we'll gift a reading back to the collective after I take a moment to read over some of these comments that came through as I was reading. And Waterford, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. And welcome as well. Hold on a moment, just reading over. Understanding the formation of the bruise. Yep. Hi there, and thank you for those gifts, dear. When I hear the word vulnerable, I picture the middle of my chest opening. Oh, that's beautiful, Kay. Thank you for sharing that. And my heart feels like it's in the middle of it instead of the left side. That's absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. My ex held my vulnerability in the moment, but then later ran, sending you support on that journey as well. I'd like to think I'd be able to open up again to someone new, but it'll be triggering for sure. And we're seeing that a lot with this Taurus. Like this is what we're getting with that Uranus in Taurus, right? Like the only way to find a comfort zone is to be able to step outside of one. If it's not triggering, it's not true openness. Well, I feel like there's going to be a quality of feeling energetically triggered when we're being vulnerable, especially if we've had those moments by which our vulnerability was not held as a gift. I never thought of vulnerability as birth. That's beautiful. Every new beginning is a birth. Most new beginnings require vulnerability. Beautifully stated, Kay. That's interesting because I wasn't triggered doing it in the past. A lot to think about. Yeah, I think life is vulnerability. Yeah, that's a measure of our strength. Beautifully stated. I think it's a myth. It gets easier. In a lot of cases, it can get harder, but it just makes it even more necessary. Beautifully stated. Yeah, the ability to maneuver through the trials with the feeling of vulnerability, tap to claim. Yeah, and that's why my ex ran as soon as they got healthy. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. I used to feel like my vulnerability was a weakness, but I've realized as an adult it's a superpower, tap to claim. Yep, exactly. And to make it even more complicated, and sometimes it's both, neither at the same time. Exactly. No, I don't think you went too woo at all. Absolutely. I think I finally learned to accept what I see instead of try to take it on. Well, you can do both, right? Like this is what we talk about. You can accept what you see and then also work to change it into something better, right? Like that's what we do every day. I like that. Age of Aquarius, absolutely. Yep, sometimes being vulnerable requires someone who's understanding and supportive. Not sometimes, always, right? This is why we work to mutually heal. It helps. Exactly. You're the biggest fan, and you are your biggest fan and critic. Exactly. We almost all learn when which is needed. Beautifully said. And we can be vulnerable by ourselves. And absolutely. Beautifully stated. Yep. I prefer my trauma 6 feet away. Beautifully said. Ugh, sending you support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. It's because my life has been crazy. Ugh, sending you support on that journey, Kay. Mm-hmm. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fear often stops us from being able to feel compassion when we should. Beautifully. But and here's the thing, this is why we build into the space of bravery in the face of our fear, right? Like we never want our fear to stop us from feeling. Oh, thank you. Yep, we need to help ourselves when we need to rescue us. Tap to claim. Yep, get some of that energy so it doesn't overwhelm. Thank you as well, Ed. And Abstract, thank you for the follow. And thank you so much, Jacob, for the follow as well. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Goldie, for receiving these messages. And thank you as well, Numbwary, for helping us get to 50K. I appreciate you. And thank you as well, Kath. Excellent. Mm-hmm. I know. Did you see all the cups? Like, I mean, listen, I'm not surprised to see all this cup energy, given the fact that we're moving into this Pisces new moon. Like, there's going to be a lot of feelings coming through. I'm happy to read for you on that, love. I don't like the idea of saying, how do I remove? Like, we don't look at people in that context, but kind of trying to understand the energy that you're experiencing and how to work through or resolve anything that's happening between you and another person. I'm happy to do an energy reading on. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Pisces. Hope you're having a beautiful day. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here and being a part of this collective, Nonbinary. You as well. And Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you today. I know. The dream interpretations are the best, right? I know they're always wonderful when we receive them. And I'm always deeply appreciative of those who share them with us. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you want to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. But before we get started on the private readings today, we are going to do our 50K giveaway. And you're so welcome as well. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Opalescent Centaura. And thank you as well, Addie. I know, did you see all of those 3 of Cups? Absolutely wild. All right, so as I mentioned, we're going to get started. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 27. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Monique, congratulations. You got it. We will be doing that again when we get to 100K. And first person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody who's interested in getting on the list today, we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels if you are a super fan, or if you are a paid subscriber, paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. Hi there, Kath. How are you doing today? And before we get started on Kath's readings, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. How are you doing today, Kath? Excellent. And Kath, I haven't seen your question come through yet, so if you've posted it, you may need to repost, or you may need to change the way that you're phrasing it. I see it now. Thank you. I would like highest priority regarding counterpart. Yep, I got you, dear. And we're going to pin up Kath. Thank you, guys. And please thank Kay Megan for all of their help modding today. 4 cards, please. We got 2 out. And can I please get 2 more? Whoop, pass out. All right. So I feel like I'm seeing something really important, specifically and particularly as it relates to, I want to describe, I see somebody who's gone through at least 3 different relationship cycles wherein something, I keep on getting something that they do has become some kind of burden. But the one thing I keep on seeing here, and I want to describe it, like it feels like something very similar related to the observation of the fact that I keep on hearing they're needed at a moment's notice, is what I keep on getting. There's something about them being in a space by which they're often needed at a moment's notice. And that observation, right, like working towards being energetically available, I feel like it has put some type of strain in the context of relationship. And I keep on getting, and it's interesting too, because when they're deep within partnership, I don't see it as an energetic problem, right? Like it's almost like, and I see them almost like talking to others about it, you know? Like it's saying to me, like I literally see a situation where someone gets very frustrated because they articulate to another, right? I keep on seeing the space by which they're perpetually trying to explain to someone the nature of an impermanent problem, which is the modality by which it makes them, I keep wondering, it makes them hard to get to know. But like once, I keep wondering, like once they're in the condition by which they energetically live with someone, like the problem goes away to a certain extent. And I feel like that, right, like that is some kind of hurdle that they've been encountering in relationship. And I keep on hearing, some kind of argument that another person's having about someone being selfish, and another person saying, I'm not being selfish, I'm working. Like straight up them saying to someone, like, I'm working, like this is the nature of something that I do. And it's like, and it's interesting too, because I see at least 3 different relationship cycles that they didn't get off the ground, specifically and particularly because they kept on saying to another person, I need you to hold this. I need you to hold this profoundly, right? I need you to hold this profoundly, which is them trying to say to another person that says, like, this is a problem only when you get to know me, right? But once we're in, like, I keep on hearing somebody say, like, once we're in invested partnership, it's not going to be a big deal. And I keep on getting that. I feel like their agony point is the feeling like they don't feel like they can find mature energy, right? Like this is like mature energy gets this, right? Mature energy understands and identifies a responsibility by which one has to prioritize. But I don't know why. I don't know where they are. I feel like they're almost in the space by which they're thinking about moving a location, because I almost see someone saying, like, why can't I find mature energy? Right? Like I can see the energy go, why can't I find mature energy? Why can't I find, like, I keep on seeing them. They're like, why can't I find someone who understands? I keep on hearing them say to somebody, why can't I find someone that understands the difference between a temporary problem and a permanent problem, is what I keep on hearing. And I think in a way, like, the one thing about it though is, in a way, I almost feel like somebody says, like, I see them saying they feel like it's a blessing and a curse, you know? And here's the thing about it, like, the reason I keep on hearing them say they consider it a blessing or a curse is because they're not alleviating. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got Scorpio placements, because I can almost see the energy that's looking towards another, and they're identifying and articulating specifically about, like, I keep on seeing the energy say, like, that they're utilizing that as the modality by which another person says, like, if they can't, I can see them saying, like, if they can't see past that limitation, right? If they can't see past that limitation, I almost see someone saying, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to correct them, is what I keep on getting. Right? And I feel like you get that, right? You understand the like, I feel like that's the modality by which I see you saying, like, that's what I keep on hearing. In a way, they feel like it is protection, because I keep on seeing that it's basically someone that says that if they're in, I keep wondering if they're in connection with someone that cannot see the difference between, I keep on hearing, it feels a little bit like hard energy. So I want you to recognize what I'm seeing here, because I'm just trying to read into them. If they're in the presence, like I keep hearing them say, if they're in the presence of someone that can't determine the difference between an impermanent problem, right, versus a permanent one, right? Like something, like literally a problem that would not be as big a deal if another person allowed something to energetically grow, right? I can see the energy going, I can see that this is going nowhere, right? Like that's the type of energy I see somebody going through. Like there's a little bit of the cynicism that I see that they've navigated as relates to situations, because I keep on seeing them go, like, I see that this is going nowhere, is the modality or the experience by which they themselves are recognizing something. But even in the capacity by which they recognize it, I feel like it's the energy that's trying to articulate to another in relationality, to trying to amplify, right, what feels so valuable and important in relationality to, right, the fact that I keep on hearing they don't want to dissuade another in relationality to the fact that, like, of them seeing someone energetically doing something important and another person articulating that they're navigating something in a selfish way is what I keep on seeing. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this reading. This is why you guys are going to do so well together. Because I feel like it feels to me, I keep on hearing field proximity. There's field proximity between you and them. And the reason I keep on getting field proximity is the space by which I see that the connection point by you doing something by which you get it is what I keep on seeing, right? Like some kind of modality by which when you meet them, like you're going to say less. You're going to literally say to them, say less, right? Like the modality by which you say to them, like you don't need to explain it. You don't need to explain it. I get it. Like we are on the same page, right? And I feel like that, like you're going to be their breath of fresh air. You're going to be their energetic breath of fresh air because I keep on seeing them saying, finally, right? Finally, someone that does not take my purpose personally. Finally, someone that sees like me doing something that is important and doesn't say, where are you? Somebody who says they're working is what I keep on seeing. Somebody who doesn't go, where are you? Somebody who says they're working, right? The observation and the understanding of the energy that says like, that I see like you being in the modality of you saying like, you know, take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere, right? Like that is, I almost feel like there's like I feel like I feel like it's going to be very quick. Like I keep on hearing, prepare for the quickness is what I keep on hearing. Take all your time, take all the time you need, prepare for the quickness. Because I just keep on seeing the modality by which, the space by which they recognize that you get that. And you saying like, and I see you saying them like, who wouldn't? And you being like, everyone. like somebody literally going, everyone. Is going to allow the capacity by which I feel like that is going to be, it's going to be a very fast connection, like potentially like swept off your feet to a certain extent. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a whose card is that? 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well, Lucas, for sharing the live. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers, hashtag. Yeah, hold on a moment. I'm doing well. How are you, dear? Hold on. Yeah, it feels like, it's like, I feel like I see somebody, you know, like I see somebody who's like dating a lot, but this is I keep wondering, like, this is why they're dating. Like, this is why they're dating, but I keep wondering, they're dating, but they're not investing, is what I keep on hearing. They're dating, but they're not investing. Their heart's not in the dating that they're doing, because I see somebody saying nobody gets it, you know, like they'd rather not be dating, but I feel like they keep on hitting this moment where another person is articulating that something that they do is an energetic problem, and another person being like, I can't believe you can't see through the fact that this is an impermanent problem, you know? And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, why do I hear this? Why do I hear myself from all of this? Previous connections that didn't even get started. But this is, I'm giving you, like, this is why I keep on seeing, like, just as they started to, this issue came up. And they said, thank goodness. right? Yeah, you have a Scorpio placement too. So I feel in that way. And I need to point this out. Like the thing is like some signs can't be together. There are some signs, the same sign, like Scorpios can do it. Scorpios can do it as long as they don't start committing crimes. It's like it's that type of energy. You know, it's like Scorpios can do it as long as they don't start committing crimes because they're like, what we should do. It's a lot of that type of energy. Yeah, after it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the help. Hi, how you doing today, Annette? And I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list here. The list is open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. A timeline. I mean, the thing about it is I see somebody, I see some just on the heels of leaving a relationship. It felt very close to you, you know? Yeah, especially like this card came up. This card fell out when I was reading for you, which says that this is very close. It's feeling like spring. But the thing about it, and I feel like it's requiring them, and I need to say they need to stop. They need to stop with, I keep on hearing like they need to stop with all of the like they need to stop entertaining things that aren't going anywhere. Like that's the hard part. So I want to stress, if you see them, like if you meet them in the context by which there's a lot of individuals, don't get too stressed about it, is what I was seeing. You're welcome, dear. It's here. The thing is, and I want to explain this. I want to explain this for those, like, and I'll tell you at least from the way that I read. You have to understand that when we read, it's not operating on time. Like often when I'm reading and the question of time comes up, it says when this happens, right? So we build things off time and we feel like we're energetically waiting. But when I'm reading into something for others, it doesn't say like, oh, it's going to happen now. It's going to say when this happens, right? This happens and then that happens. And so sometimes there are beats, which is often why, and you'll notice this for those who sometimes read, because it's often hard for us as well. Because it'll be like when, they'll be like 6, and be like, what's 6? Like 6, what? Like 6, what's 6? Right? But it's understanding the space by which something moves into fruition is the modality by which we understand or we grow or we learn into it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that helps. And I know how frustrating it is, but I hope that clarifies as to why, right? When you understand that the way we define time is a very human concept, it's very interesting that when we try to read into something, we look, you can't look to the divine and say like put a clock on it. Like that's what effectively we try to do. Do you need to? No, you don't need, Nicole. You don't remember. You don't need to remember the whole dream to have a dream interpretation done. In fact, we often do a lot of the work that I do here is piecing together fragments. If you have fragments of the dream, I can usually utilize the reading to get the rest of the dream back, or the part of the dream that wants to come back, because sometimes they're fragments for a reason. Yep, you can absolutely get a 1 card, okay? And what's your question, dear? How you doing today, Helen? If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. Sin, I know you can read on it, but still, you only received a date. You have the most backwards dreams, I swear. Okay. I mean, we can definitely read into it. We can definitely read the energy in relationality to the numeric. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Helen, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation and it'll be the next person I read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. I love it, Lucas. Readers supporting readers. Hashtag, guys. Make sure to go give Lucas some love. Yep. 1 moment, please. 1 sec. Just passing back on, going backwards. Oh, that's amazing, Lucas. Congratulations. That's fantastic. I don't know if I want to. My ex and the trauma was traumatic enough. Well, and Nicole, I need to point this out, especially if the dream fragment was connected to karma. Like if I'm reading for you and the guides don't want me to bring something forth, I'll say to you, I'm like, this is what they were, this is why, right? Like especially sometimes we only get dream fragments back because the guides don't want us to remember it. But I work with the guides in that way. I'm not going to tell you something if I'm not going to go against your guides if they say like that's not something I'm going to do. Yeah, dating a lot. No, that's basically what they're doing. I think you kind of like you defined it really well. It feels like somebody dating in hermit mode, but this is why I'm giving you the context of saying don't take it too personally if you see them in that way, because this is what they're experiencing. Oh, interesting. And thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be the first. You'll be the next person we read for today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. But he was just asking if the stuff. Oh, I see. Interesting. It's not the fact that timelines are non-existent, but they just don't operate on a clock. I know that sounds weird. Timelines don't exist on a clock, right? Clocks are human concepts. Yeah. Scorpio moon, by the way. Yeah, healed Scorpios can do it. It's got to be healed Scorpio. If they're not healed, then we are all entertained. If they're not healed, if they're not healed, it gets real Spartan real fast. It's like, it gets real Spartan real fast. Yep. No, absolutely, Kay. That's wild, though. I'd like to say I'm a high vibing Scorpio. There's nothing better than a high vibing Scorpio. I like a high vibing Scorpio is like the best, right? Because like high vibing Scorpio is like, I know how I come across. I know I come across as a lot. It's like, but you own it. You own it. You own your muchness. Like that's what happens with a high vibing Scorpio, right? It's like they're not suspicious anymore. They're just like, I own my muchness. I owe that. It's like it's just like the ownership of the muchness that becomes delightful to everybody around the high vibing Scorpio. Yeah, I hadn't had much sleep, but I thought, no, I totally get how you might have misinterpreted that. You're so welcome, Kath. Yeah, I mean, like it's in a way, it's all timelines. It works in timelines in a way that we're just not used to thinking. Absolutely. Yep. How Amber K, one card in relationality, that energy. I feel like it has nothing to do with you. I feel like they just genuinely feel awful right now. You know? Like I feel like I feel like there's something like I see somebody deep in hermit mode, you know? Um yeah, I feel like they're working. I gotta describe this. I feel like this person came out of a relationship that's made them question others' intentions, is what I keep on seeing. It's not you, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that boar energy. Like it's giving me a lot of this like who sent you kind of thing. Like it's like I don't know, like they were put through the ringer, and I feel like they're working to get their confidence back. I do. Michelle, so the one cards are reserved for those who are super fans. So I'm happy to draw a card for you if you'd like to become a super fan. But also we're doing personals right now. That was my mod, so I was giving the mod a one card because Kay's on a very different time schedule as us. So I wanted to just kind of make sure I was honoring her one card before she departed for the day. But we are going to get to one cards once we finish the personal readings. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'd be happy to draw one card when we do the one cards. Thank you. I know. You say you wish that they would leave you alone, but the thing is, they might not even be intending to. Like the karmic energy that we get in the dream space is helping us heal. I know it's hard to understand about that, but and I would imagine that the fragment that you have might be a guide trying to block it from you, saying like you don't necessarily need it. But that's why we sometimes it's good like kind of figure out what the fragment meant that came back with, so you can understand like what was necessary in order to energetically remember, right? Yeah, it's like I need to stress this. It is like I am not someone that says time is an illusion, but time just doesn't operate the way that we perceive it, is the best way I can describe it. You know, yeah. Like to our experience of time is limited to our perception of it, is the best way I can describe it. Yeah, I mean, like, but here's the thing, and that's the thing. There's nothing better. Like, there's nothing better than a healed Scorpio because a Scorpio heals, and we all rejoice because they just become even more like they just become even. They just like they become even like it's great. You get it. Oh, I get you, dear. Oh, I'm sending you support. I'm sending you support on that journey. I'm a healed a healed Scorpio goes through a lot of I know. No, I get it. I get it. No, healed Scorpios often go through a lot of trauma. But this is the thing, like you know what you need you because you have a very attenuated sense of what's needed in a situation. And I like to point this out. Healthy, like energy that cares about Scorpios, it's a lot of like, give it to me straight, doc. You know what I mean? They're very much like Capricorns like that. Like a Scorpio will not pull a punch, right? And that's how they articulate that they care for you, right? It's interesting too. It's not that they're strong tea, they're strong punch, right? You're like this punch is strong, which is like they'll because they put themselves through that too, right? Like they're like any like that's the thing with anytime you meet a Scorpio, like that's the thing. The thing with Scorpio is like anything you do to me, like anything I do to you, I've done to me first. And I'm like, are you okay? We need to call a doctor. Right? Like, it's like that sometimes. That's what's so dangerous. Like that's what's so hard when you meet an unhealed Scorpio because they're like anything I do to you, I do to me first, and being like, are you okay? Like, are you okay? Yeah, exactly. We can also do a pet reading. Absolutely. Excellent. Yep. Oh, you got the second highest. You're right. Okay, so I actually apologies, Michelle, and thank you for bringing that up, Bridget. I take it back. You got the second highest, so you will be getting a one card today. And I appreciate Bridget. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you so much. Oh dear. Send again, sending you support. Whatever you feel comfortable reading for, Nicole, we can read for. I know, they're great. Oh, thank you, S. I know that's good. I mean, but that's the thing about it, right? If you're in that kind of space, then that's the perfect energy for you. And emotional, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that you got yeah, Virgo energy. Yeah, Virgo and Scorpio, they get each other, right? Like a healed Virgo and a healed Scorpio, right? All right, we're gonna get started on Per's reading. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Per's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I got you, dear. And we're doing a dream for Per. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. There are the 4 dragons in the deck, I believe. Yep. Excellent. Got it. Dream. 12th of September, 2025. Or 2026. Not remotely significant. Interesting. All right, let me pin you up here. Mm-hmm. And 2 more, please. So a couple of things that were, oh, it's a dream interpretation. I have to use a dream coconut. Hold on a minute. Dream coconut. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's get to it. So what's interesting about what we're basically seeing, what's interesting about the date that I'm seeing here is it's not your date. I want you to take note of it because it's not significant to you. It feels like it's energetically significant to a counterpart, is what I keep on getting. And I want to just kind of read, like, I want to read into what I'm energetically seeing here because everything I'm identifying is somebody that is coming out of a relationship, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on feeling, and the energy that I'm seeing here, specifically with this Queen of Wands in its reversal, and that Devil card in its reversal, in combination with the King of Swords and the Knight of Swords in its upright, is articulating to me, like, and it's interesting too, because I would hold out, and here's, like, I'm going to tell you this in a way that I don't want you to feel like energetically freak someone out in relationality to the date, but be very conscientious when you come into connection with someone in relationality to the day. I keep on hearing the day that they knew that something was energetically over, is what I keep on seeing. And I want to describe, because everything I keep on seeing here, potentially and especially with this combination of the King of Swords and the Knight of Swords in its upright, I see somebody who's been working really hard to repair something, right? I see somebody who has been working extremely hard, right? Like the modality by which, like, somebody articulating that there isn't a problem that can't be energetically fixed, right? Like effectively somebody literally saying, right? Somebody literally saying, whatever it takes, like, I am ready to do, because I keep on seeing that this energy, right? This is a very, very dedicated energy. Like, this is energy that does not like to quit things, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, once I keep on hearing this energy say, like, once they commit to something, they don't quit. I wouldn't be surprised if they have Leo tendencies, because often when I see somebody like this, they've got a lot of Leos. Leos get like this about things. Leos are like Leos is a very I would be curious if this person has Leo placements, because I often, when I read for someone like this, like Leo, like people be like Leos are like, no, I can fix it. Like, it's not whether you can, it's not whether you can, right? It's like the four. I mean, like there are some other signs that do it too, but it's feeling very leonine, because it's somebody who says, like, like that is their, like that's, but they're doing it because they're saying like that's their responsibility. And this is somebody, like, it says to me, it almost feels like somebody articulating and saying to them, it's not that they can't, it's that they don't want to, is what I keep on getting. Like that's what I'm, like, this is what I'm seeing with that Queen of Wands and the Devil card and its reversal, right? It's a difference, like, I feel like that is that, like, it's the difference between them saying like, I want to, and then another person saying, I don't want to. And I see this energy, like literally like that, right? Like I feel like it's like it's giving me a lot of get back, right? And I think it's really important because, and I think you recognize this, the reason we see that this is really integral is that the dream space is usually not the space by which we can read or see numbers. And again, this is why I like doing dream work with my clients, because I know that you're someone who gets a lot of these, gets a lot of this information in the dream space. It's very unique. But that's why I keep on hearing, they're like, I keep on getting, like, put it in your pocket, is what I keep on seeing. Write it down, put it in your pocket. You might need it someday, is what I keep on getting in this reading, because the space by which it's saying to me, it's going to ring a bell, right? They're saying, put it in your pocket for the day it rings a bell. Put it in your pocket for the day it rings a bell. So so put it in your pocket for the day it rings a bell, which is the space by which you're having a conversation with someone, and they say to you, I knew the day that it was over. And you say to them, you want to tell me about it, and they're going to potentially articulate something related to this. And then, like, when you, like, the recognition point of that end date, I feel like it's going to effectively, put it in your pocket until it rings a bell. Bottom of the deck on this reading, where'd the bottom of the deck go? Oh man, that's a lot of sword. It's a lot of sword. Like, I just need to show you this. We've got double King of Swords out. Double King of Swords. And I want to describe, like, it feels like the ending that I'm seeing related to somebody is somebody literally saying, I don't love you anymore. You know, like, that's like look at that, like, that's, and I can see this energy, like this is like, look at this is somebody going, we can fix it, we can fix it, I can fix it, I can fix it, I can fix it. And someone saying, and them recognizing that they're saying, like, I don't feel it, right? Right. And that, but this is what I mean in terms of this energy being very honorable, and someone being like, then that's it, right? Like, I see this, and like, and that's why I'd also identify that this is why it feels very, I say it's feeling very leonine in here. Like, this reading, it feels very leonine in here, because this is the thing that also Leos get. Like, Leos, I won't shadow your door anymore, right? Like, that's the type of energy you'll get from a Leo when that happens, right? You don't with Leos, and that's the thing with Leos, you don't play with the L word. You do not play with the L word. We don't play with the L word. You never, ever, ever play with the L word with a Leo, because Leos are too honorable, right? And the minute you start playing with L words with a Leo, you will never see them again. You will never, and because it's respect, right? It's the energy that goes, right? It's their dignity, right? It's the energy that says, right? And I see this energy saying, then that's it, right? I see the energy going, that's it. Oh, but, and I think that in a certain, like, and that's the thing, and there's certain other, that's why I said it feels very leonine, because there's other signs, like there are other signs that you can play with the L word all you want, but there is not a Leo on the planet you don't play with, like the Leos hold that word too reverently, right? And when another person says, right, like when another person says that, I keep on hearing, like I hear somebody saying, I won't shadow your door anymore, right? Like I see the energy, like it's like the energy that says, like Leos don't want to be in the space by which Leos will never stand in the way of love. That's the hard part about it, right? The reason a Leo does that is not so much as their dignity, but Leos are the champions of love. So if another person says, I don't feel it, Leos say, like, who am I to stand in the way of love? Right? That's Leos always been the need to love. Like, that's the thing about it. And that's why with a Leo, like the modality by which I feel like it's very heavy Leo energy here, because this is like very dignified, right? And this is somebody who said, like, I was going to try until they said that. And I see them saying, then, like, right? Somebody saying, you know, like it's like them taking a need to love, right? Which is them saying, like then that is all there is, right? And I feel like it's like I see, like it feels like it's going to be a very important day for them, because I feel like it has to do, right, the different, like them articulating upon what they recognized was salvageable versus what they realized was unsalvageable, which is something that this person potentially articulated to them. Even, I keep on hearing, even if it did not end that day, it ended that day because of something, a conversation where this was recognized. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're at 97.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. And just reading over. The dreams are getting shorter by the day. I like it. I like that your guides are just using the dreams as like an information, like transfer system. How you doing today, Julia? Good to see you. I apologize. I'm sorry I misunderstood that. That was my mistake. I take full accountability for it. I appreciate your patience. Yep. I got you on the list, S. Thank you for getting on the list. Yep, I got the dream coconut. Last minute dream coconut. Yep, I got you, Nicole. Excellent. You're also on the list right now. Okay. Absolutely. I would love to freak someone out with the day, Joy. I know, because that's you. You're like, let me tell you. Yesenia, thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be read for after S. Excellent. It does sound like a Scorpio. Yes, I don't know why, but I get Leo as well. Like that is some honored by bound energy. They were like did you hear? All I kept on hearing is, I will not darken your doorstep anymore. That is some archaic stuff. That is some archaic stuff. I will not darken your doorstep anymore. Come back here. Who is that? Who is that? I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them. I don't know why, but yeah, absolutely. My Scorpio rising protests. I love it. Leo sun, Virgo moon, and Taurus rising here, very committed to fixing and protecting, unless, but never standing in the way of love, right? A Leo would never, a Leo would never, like a Leo would never, a Leo would never, right? A Leo would never. Shudder to think, right? Shudder to think. Who am I to stand in the way of love? Sometimes Leo says sometimes Leo says it. Sometimes Leo says it with a grin on their face. But sometimes Leo says it with a grin on their face. Yeah, I'll put it in my wallet forever. After that, I have a date. Straight to the collective. Hi, Nicole. I did a life path karmic lesson reading on me yesterday, and it was very insightful. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. Yeah, they're gonna say it was. Yep. Ugh. Thank you as well, Chosen. Yeah, we don't play. They don't play with the L word. Not if you're staying. No. Other signs. Scorpios will. Scorpios will. Other signs. Or the heat of the moment. Right. Heat of the moment. Yes, absolutely, Minnie. You can definitely get on. You can definitely. Which date was it, dear? I just need the date. Hold on. If you give me the date, I'm happy to add you back to the list, Minnie. I just need the date that you were put on the hold list. Okay? Absolutely. You're so welcome, Per. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing with like Leos don't play with that word. And and when Leos see others that play with that word, they are gone. Right? They are gone. Gone, gone, gone. Yeah. Absolutely. 500, please don't put post non sequiturs in the chat. This will be your first warning, dear, okay? I don't have to mute you. We'd be a little dramatic sometimes, a little bit. Hi there, Max. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for today. We would never. No, exactly. No, it was. Did you see how it was given? No, it was all night energy. You saw it, right? You saw all of those cards. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Gigi. Not this Scorpio. Well, because you're a healed Scorpio. But the old version of you today. Yep. Oh no. Oh, today. I'm afraid that I can't. Minnie, the 50K readings are always given the day after. I apologize. It's just something we have to do. I apologize, dear. Yes, Scorpios do. Not all Scorpios. Yeah, we take it with a grain of salt. Maybe a container of salt sometimes. Well, and here's the thing again. Scorpios know the power, and this is what I talk about with like when Scorpios have healed a lot. And this is the truth with a good Scorpio. A lot of the Scorpio will say a lot of that healing was self-inflicted, right? Like that's when we see like a lot of and we see this with certain signs, and a lot of scorpionic energy will be like, I've healed, and a lot of the healing I've had to do was navigating the self-inflicted damage of when I wasn't healed, right? But that's often why you see like what happens to Scorpios as they get older? They get really, really, really it gets really responsible. Really responsible. Really, it gets really responsible, right? So I appreciate that, Minnie. Yeah, it's hard, right? But this is the thing about it. Like Scorpios understand that. That's why they have so much empathy, right? That's why Scorpios often move into space by which they help others, particularly in the realm of navigating self-sabotage, because Scorpios know that path work intensely, Yeah. I would say, yeah, love is a strong power of mine, but that's because that shows how far you've come. We take our loyal love sign seriously. We won't be in any. Yeah, that's the thing. Leos are always love warriors, right? Like sometimes to their detriment, sometimes frequently to their detriment. But nevertheless, right? Nevertheless, battle scarred and ready. Yeah, exactly. Well, a healed Leo. Yeah, I mean, an unhealed Leo I mean, here's the thing about it. An unhealed Leo is tragic, right? Like it's tragic. It's painful, right? Because an unhealed Leo gets cold. you know, and it's like, it's awful. So, but again, this is why we work to heal. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for. Hi, dear. Oh, it said, I believe you said that you weren't entirely sure what to read upon. Yeah, it's hard. Okay, why don't we do, I think I know the shape of the reading we're going to do. Okay, perfect. And before we continue, yeah, I feel like you've got a lot of different things going on, and some of it has to do with like like some of it has to do with some of that fragmentation you're getting in the dream space, but you kind of understand it. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. No, you don't have to apologize for anything. Absolutely not. And if anybody else, oh, we also got to 100K, but we'll do that after we do this reading. Thank you guys for helping us get to 100K. Let me pin you up here. 4 cards, please. They're scarred. They're scarred. And I feel like we gotta like, we carry, I'm going to say something in relationality to the situation. I think you're going to understand it profoundly. We carry our abandonment wound with us, right? We carry our carry our abandonment wound with us, and the space by which, right? And I'm just gonna like, this is where we're gonna like, this is what, even in the space by which that dream, whatever it was that you were trying to bring back, you understand, right? The modality by which you articulate to someone over and over and again, right? Like the space by which when another person isn't ready to address something, right? The sound of neglect, right? The sound of neglect is another person that is saying over and over and over and over and over and over again that there's something energetically problematic, and the space by which another person refuses to articulate or listen until we energetically move away from something, right? And then only then do they wish to address it, is literally the sound of neglect. Like that is a neglectful space. It shouldn't take, right? It shouldn't take things reaching the level of breaking in order to address them. And that's why, like, even in the space of the dreams that are coming through, right? Like, like that is what I effectively see is happening there. And that's why I even got a guide, like whatever whatever you brought back is what you need, because you recognize that there's a lot of that, like you got a lot of that energy that's trying to articulate and say, I'm ready. Like I see the energy being like, I'm ready to talk, and you being like, I was ready to talk. Like I was ready to talk. I was trying to talk to you the whole time, right? Like it's the energy. Like the energy where you're like, I was talking to you the whole time, you weren't listening, and now that it's quiet, you want to talk, is often the amplification of recognizing what it feels like, right? And I see, right, and I feel like one of the things that I see here, and I feel like this is what's happening with you in the guides in relationality to the situation. It's not, and this is what we talk about. Like it's not about, right, the desire of another person to heal, but the space by which they allowed something to effectively fall apart in order to finally say, oh wait, there's something like you know this. um I feel like the positive that I see that's happening right now is you're kind of coming back towards yourself, right? And I want to describe, and I feel like this is what I'm hearing from your guides, right? It's really hard to have to make the choice to leave a situation by which we recognize that we don't like the person that we're becoming in order to heal it, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I feel like that's what's important, right? The space by which you are able to energetically thrive is not, I keep on hearing, it doesn't require you, right? Your healing, their healing, their healing should not require you to have to become someone that you are not, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that that understanding, or allowing the space by which you're effectively building back into a place of energetic harmony, like I feel like this is what I meant in terms of seeing that there's a lot energetically happening around you, because I see you putting a lot of invested effort back into something that you cared about, right? And I feel like a lot of that work that I'm seeing is, and that's why I keep on getting that the guides to a certain extent are blocking the dream space, because I almost see the space by which I feel like a guide is like working with you in terms of what feels like it's energetically helpful to remember, and in the space by which another person is trying to come towards you to communicate. And I keep on getting, sometimes we have fragments because we're meant to have fragments. Sometimes we get fragments to be like, there was a lot more of that, you didn't need to hear it, is what I keep on hearing. That was the gist. I feel like somebody being like, that was the gist. Like that was it was a lot of that. And that was like that, like it was like, I feel like the guide was being like, yeah, that was the gist of what was coming through. Right. And it's like the gist of understanding or working through something. And I keep on getting that, um, you know, I feel like you're looking like when we are in a healthy space and we work towards balance, and it's something that is continual, right? It's something that we put effort in every day. We don't say to each other, I don't have time for it. We say this is the most important thing, right? Everything else can wait, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like I keep on hearing like this is you moving towards, right? And I keep on hearing, this is not you moving towards perfect. This is you moving towards someone who understands that we prioritize perfecting things, right? That it's not the last conversation we have, it's the first conversation. And I know how difficult that is, particularly and especially because I literally see a situation by which another person was trying to say, like, I keep on hearing, like, someone being like, why are you ruining perfect? And another person being like, if you thought that was perfect, then you weren't listening, right? Like the modality by which we work towards mutual feelings of existing in perfectitude together is one that's built upon and based upon active listening. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with the Knight of Pentacles, you know? And I want to describe this, and I think you understand this too, right? And it's interesting because it's interesting too because it's I know that you articulated that you wanted a pet reading, but there's a little bit. It's like the bottom of the deck almost feels like the energy from your pet, which is also a guardian energy, which says a healthy relationship is a healthy relationship does wonders for the nervous system, right? It doesn't keep you in a state of energetic stress. And so I feel like in a way that energy kind of acts as your temperature too, because I feel like that is an energy that gets distressed when you're distressed, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I'm almost identifying, like one thing I'm identifying in this reading is somebody who energetically they're like, and that's why it's interesting too, because they're one of your guides, and their space by which they say that I keep wondering, the person that's for you will honor your nervous system as you do, as they do their own, which is not the space by which they say you're getting on my nerves. It's the space by which they recognize and say, oh, I'm getting on yours. Right? Right? Like, it's not the space by which they'll say that you're getting on their nerves. It's a space by which they'll say, I am sorry that I am enervating you. Right? It's the energy that will feel like, that will have the empathy and understanding that if it shouldn't have to take, right? It shouldn't have to take volatility in order to like fix things, because healthy energy understands that if it's gone volatile, it's already too late, right? And then neglect will often, or like, how do you identify neglect, right? The rational volatility that then tries to say, oh, well, I'd be able to do something, but you're angry all the time, being like, well, anger is only there's a difference, like I'm getting, there's a qualitative difference in the anger we carry, which is the anger that is reasonable and rational, versus the modality by which we don't feel like we're heard, and the anger rises and rises until finally it explodes. And then the person that was energetically neglectful goes, oh, you should really do something about that anger you've got there, right? We honor, like, we don't require things to get loud in order to be heard. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 100K likes. Thank you guys so much. We're going to be doing another giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective, but first I'm going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I deeply appreciate you. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you today, dear. Yeah, I see it. I know what you mean by gone. Like, I see that. Like, they're scarred. Yeah, hard to not to. I know. I understand. Like, I totally see that. It's not. it's not a question, like that's why I was saying with the guides, it's not a question of the fact that you recognize what you need to do to fix it. It's who you would have to become in order to. Like, that's not okay. Yeah, exactly. And Silks, thank you for the follow. I know. But here's the thing. You're like, if you recognize that, you're already doing the work to heal it. And Abul, thank you for sharing and reposting. Yeah, no more pieces. Kind of, I hope I am. I understand it. But the lack of clarity, why? I hope this helps. I'm not understanding. Yeah, the pet is guardian energy was coming through strongly. Yeah, your animals are anxious when you get anxious, right? Like, why are they always like that? Being like, because someone, like, I don't know why I keep on seeing, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, somebody walks in the room and all the animals go wild, and then being like, why are they doing that? Being like, because of the effect you have on me. Oh dear, sending you so much support on that. And Literic, thank you for the follow. That resonates. Yeah, exactly. But it's not. But here's the thing about it. Like, you understand. Like, it's like they're, you know, they're doing that because they're protective of you. Is what I kept on seeing. Thank you for those heart puffs, Gigi. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is S. S, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like it. Oh, before we stop, hold on. Wait. We have to do the 100K. One moment, please. Okay, excellent. Just about before we continue, though, we have to do the 100K giveaway. So I am thinking of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person I post it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than are posted. Oh, thank you for the gift. It made it hard to see the numbers. Hold on a minute. Let me just back up. I appreciate the gift, though. Thank you. Haven't had that happen before. It's very funny. 1 second, please. Okay. Nope. Oh, I think I see it. Hold on a minute. I just need to confirm that was the only time it was posted. Everyone can stop. Let's see here. All right. I Dream of Jeannie. Congratulations. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 150K. All right. Let's continue. Hooray. All right. And we're getting back to S. Just bear with me a sec. Nope. And just a reminder, if there's anybody else who cares to get on the list today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And reading over. Hi there, Sophia. New business. Got you, dear. All right, I'm going to pin up, before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal intuition cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Excellent. I always adore it when the person who is getting the reading got the correct animal. It's okay. That's why we practice. All right. Can I please get 4 cards? All right. 4 cards for Sophia around that. Highest party messages. And 2 more. And 1 more. So one of the things I'm identifying here, I mean, I want to stress that there's a lot of 6 energy around something. The interesting thing I'm identifying has to do, like I want to describe it's I don't know why I'm seeing the fact that there's something in relationality um, to working in some capacity with someone by which by which they're incredibly, I see that they're incredibly private is what I keep on getting. And I feel like in some way the thing to identify is the way that effectively is changing the shape or the nature of how you work is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like this might be like the difficult point between like like them and you, because I see you like almost like I see you in this space by which um like I almost see like you kind of being like wanting to be in that expansive point, right? Trying to articulate and define and trying to like amplify the space of trying to energetically grow something, right? Like I almost see a little bit of this energy around you, which is saying like, oh, we could allow something to grow more. We could allow something to grow more. And I almost see somebody, right? Like this is what's interesting about the energy, which is like I keep on hearing somebody say like I feel like that they're much more in the space of being like they don't mind being niche is what I keep on seeing. I see somebody being like they don't mind being niche, right? Like they're it's like it's somebody who um, feels very like they know their comfort zone. They like their comfort zone. They're very much in the space by which they don't, right? They don't feel like they don't like rocking the boat as it relates to their own comfort zone. So I feel like that. I feel like it's going like on one hand, I keep on hearing successful, but potentially frustrating, right? Successful, but frustrating, because I feel like there's a lot of situations or circumstances by which you may have to be saying to another person, in terms of like articulating to them and saying like, you know, there's a better way we could be doing this, right? Like I see you being like, there's a better way, like there's a better way we could be doing this, like that we could do it this way, right? And another person being like, but I like doing it the way that I like to do it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that, in that way, it feels positive, because on the bright side, I feel like you're going to help another person stay more up to date about things, if that makes sense. But the difficulty or the hurdle that I see that you're navigating, as it relates to, like feeling, I keep wondering, feeling the limitation, right? Potentially working through the limitation of knowing, like you knowing what would effectively kind of make something like really, right, grow, but having to navigate like another person's rigidness in relationality to, like I said, like not necessarily being as energetically invested in changing something. Now, I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this, so something to keep in mind, because, and it's interesting too, because I feel like I'm pulling the bottom of the deck faster than I typically would, but I think that there's something important, because I don't know why I keep on seeing, it's like, I don't know if this is like a particular individual that you're working with in this capacity, or somebody, like I keep on hearing, if this is somebody who, like, I feel like there's something unique about this, is what I keep on seeing. And I want to get, like, that's why I want to pull that bottom of the deck a little bit sooner rather than later. Yeah, there's that Knight of Wands energy, right? And I want it, like, this is exactly, like, this is exactly what I effectively, like, this is exactly what I see that feels like somewhat problematic in relationality to, like, I just, and I'm gonna show you this to recognize and identify, right, the disparity that we're seeing here, right? Because this is your energy here, right? Look at this energy. We've got a lot of that 6 energy there, right? We've got a lot of that extra 6 energy, right? So that is you, like, almost trying to say to someone, like, more is more, right? There's more to energetically explore. There's more to be able to energetically expand upon. So there's a lot of that expansiveness there. And then I see energy here with this individual, right? And what do we see? This is a lot of that, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of energy, is what I keep on saying, right? This is a lot of the energy of being like, I have a system, and being like, and you saying to another person, your system doesn't make any sense. Like, your system, but it makes sense to me, right? Like, somebody often, like, and I want to describe, like, often when I see this type of energy, like, there's a genius here, right? But the thing is, it's like, and that's a part about it, like the space by which, like, working through, and I keep on getting, like, this is why we articulate that genius can be frustrating, because often the space by which another person is trying to do something, right? And this is often, like, I like to describe when I see something like this, sometimes you have to pull something out of the hands of genius, because it's the space by which you say, like, I know that it makes sense to you, but everybody else sees it and it's absolute nonsense. Like, absolute nonsense. Like, I know that, I know that, and that's the hard part, right? Which is like, it's like it needs, it's like it needs a little, like I see you saying to someone like, like I am trying to help you, right? And someone being like, no, and you being like, but really, I'm trying to help you because I feel like it's somebody who does not, who's very energetically focused upon not losing, right? I keep on hearing like someone who does not want to lose, like the how do I describe it? Right? It's like it's you having to say to someone, it's weird, and someone being like, I know it's weird, and being like, but there's like it's like, and I feel like the space by which, and you'll, the way you'll know this is by being able to have a conversation with someone. How do they receive change? Right? Right? And I like to point out that the space by which another person can navigate critique can often tell the space by which you can usually identify whether there'll be someone that feels like it's a joy to work with, which is somebody who sees the modality by which you're trying to bring something to them and says, you've got a point. You know what I mean? Like you've got a point. Right? Like you've got a point. Like I'll take that into consideration. I've thought about what you said, right? The understand. I like to point this out. Like true genius understands. Like true genius understands that help, like the space of understanding, like how one is able to articulate and communicate something. But the modality by which, right? Like I literally see you having to have a conversation with someone that feels equivalent of saying, if you wanted to grow, you have to let go, right? And that is often what we experience, right? If you wanted to grow, you have to let go, which is the modality by which you say, like the experience by which you say to another, in terms of saying, like, recognize that you, like, that you have the capacity of helping someone in that way, but not in the space by which you want to feel like you're fighting with them, like constantly about it, but rather in the space by which you're able to effectively articulate to them, right? Help them see your vision too, right? It's not the fact that they don't have a vision, but helping them understand that what you're bringing to them isn't going to damage their vision. It's going to help to energetically refine it, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The bottom of the deck was the page, was the Page of Wands. It was the Page of Wands in its reverse, in its reversal. And that's what I was seeing, which is this, like, well, it's in its upright, which is like the space of saying to someone, like, they have to, like, their ability to recognize that what you're giving them is help is going to tell you everything you need to know in relationality to whether that'll be a productive direction. Yep, absolutely. And thank you so much for the follow, Audrey. And we're also at 115K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from Spirit. We do here life path, mediumship. Hold on a minute. Life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And thank you again, dear. All right. Is the lion even in the town? Oh my, I said rabbit. Well done, dear. Yes. How do we get into the one card daily pull? Oh yeah, so super fans, Nicole, have one card daily pulls. Absolutely. Yes, good to see you, Blue Virgo. Hope that things are well too. Yes, I hear you. Grand Rising, Ella. I'm not sure if I should go with this concept or folk. Well, I keep on seeing. I would say if you're not sure about that, give those notes. Like I said, give that feedback sooner. Oh, hold on a minute. Again, give that feedback sooner rather than later, and it'll tell you everything you know as to whether, like, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's saying to me, like, and I need to point this out, like, it almost feels like the deck was like looking into that, like, test run, right? Trial is what I keep on getting. Right, a little bit of that, like, immediate, like a little bit of that, like fast action in terms of something is what I'm seeing there. Yeah, and thank you, great, for the follow. I don't think, no, I don't see it as a negative like that, Ella. Like, I see somebody who carries anxiety in relationality to, like, somebody who carries anxiety in relationality to working into, like, working into the space of their own, like their own vision, right? I feel like there's a lot of trepidation there in terms of, like, having some kind of anxiety about losing, like, the reason that they're doing something. And so that's what I mean, like, you helping to fortify another person, like, that's what's going to help with that. Yes. Oop, hold on a minute. All right. Where were we? Okay, the next person. All right, the next person on the list for today is, where were we? The next person on the list for today is Yesenia. And for those who are here, I'll read off the list right now. The list we have is Yesenia and Audrey. And if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And thank you for getting on the list, dear. And also, we're at 117K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time. And thank you for those gifts, Shell. I appreciate you. All right. And I believe, Shell, I believe you asked a question about the one card. I can't start the one cards until we get to the one card portion. But if you come back on a later date and just articulate that you're here for the one cards during the one card readings, I'm happy to honor it then. So even if you don't get it today, you can come back on another day when we're doing the one cards. To get on the list, Gigi, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Excellent. So anyone who wins, so for those who have won the 50K or the 100K, those free readings are available the following day. So if you come back tomorrow, starting tomorrow, you can come back and claim that reading. Excellent. And to get on the list, Shell, all you do, as I mentioned, is send that donation and you'll be added to the list. And it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. As I mentioned, Janelle, if you want to get on the list, these are donation-based readings. We do a free reading each day that was already done. We also do free one-card readings for superfans if you'd like to become a superfan. And I'll read the list, and thank you again for the follow. So the list we have right now is Yesenia and Audrey. So if you get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. And Yesenia, if you're here, Can you let me know if you're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And thank you for confirming. Thank you for that confirming that reading, Sophie, and wishing you support on that journey. Okay. I got you. All right. So I'm looking for Yesenia. Just bear with me a moment. Yeah, that's absolutely fine, dear. So all you need to do is when we come back, so when we get to the one cards, when you come here and we're doing the one cards, just mention the fact that you want a one card, and I'll be happy to draw that card for you. Or if you come back and you want to add it to a full reading, we can definitely do it that way as well. Yanette, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. You'll be added to the list. No, it's okay. Happy to explain. No, it's not. Here's, and I need to stress, like, I need to stress this, Nicole. It's when I'm doing the energy read for you, and I think that you understand that, right? It's me reading into some of the energy that you're healing from, which is, like I said, like working through a lot of that space. It's like I can see why it's difficult. I hope you understand. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers, Yana. Yeah, it's not gold based. So the next person we're reading for today is, I'm either looking for Yesenia, and if Yesenia isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Audrey. Audrey, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. In the meantime, if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, I appreciate that. Okay, apologies, Vaga. So all I need you to do, dear, is if to confirm the reading, I just need you to give me the second initial. I just need the second initial of the last name that the donation was sent through. I just need the second initial, and we can continue with the reading. I just always need to cross check. Okay, that works. There's another initial. Yeah. You got it. I was like, wait a minute. All right, I'm afraid I have to mute you now, 500. This is, again, I've asked you to please not post the non sequiturs. Apologies for that, friends. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay, and we're doing a general right now for Yesenia. I'm going to pin you up here. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will roll the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Yesenia here. Make sure to give Yesenia some love. And it looks like we're doing a general. So just bear with me a moment. Okay, perfect. 3 cards, please. And 1 more. I feel like there's a lot of this reading that I'm seeing right now as it relates to relationship. And I want to describe, one of the things that I'm identifying specifically. I feel like there's something very important. Um, and I want to describe this here. Like, I feel like you are not someone who chases anyone, right? Like, I feel like I see the situation by which you identify and recognize that, um, like, you understand and identify what it effectively, like, what it means or what it feels like for another individual to build into a positive connection. And I feel like you also recognize that, and I keep on getting, like, in a way, I don't know, like, I feel like you had some kind of fast maturation point in some way, because I just keep on hearing like the same message coming through on this reading, which articulates, it says, the minute that you feel like you have to chase after someone, right, to continue a conversation, is the moment by which it's no longer, I keep on hearing, it no longer feels like a healthy relationship. And I feel like that, I feel like that is a lot of the frustration that I currently see you energetically navigating, like potentially feeling that sense of trying to articulate to another, right? Like you having to say to another person. And I think it's interesting too, because I feel like in the space by which you've experienced it, you know, like I feel like there's a situation that you had with another person for quite a long time, right? Like a situation between you and another person quite a long time. And sometimes I need to stress this. I often see this with like family connections, like the space by which you're like I know what's wrong there, but it's also like something that you can't fix. Like it's a lot of the space. This is why it feels a little familial. Because often I see a familial connection like this, but you're like it's like you just have to kind of navigate it. However, I feel like you're drawing the line in some big way, because I almost see you trying to have a conversation with someone and say that something that you yourself have been inured to, if you will, like something that you yourself have like just accepted and worked through, changes significantly in the experience of another person experiencing it, because you recognize that it could effectively traumatize them, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it's really difficult because often, like, and this is what I get so frustrated when I read on energy like this, right? Because it's often the space by which you try to tell someone that something is wrong, right? You try to tell someone that something's wrong, and that person is so, like, they jump to defend, right? They jump to defend themselves instead of actively listening to the fact that you're trying to help them, right? Like the modality by which you're literally trying to say to somebody, like, I'm trying to help you do something as effectively as possible. But instead of them seeing that as a gift, right? Instead of them seeing it as the blessing that it is, right? It's often the energy that says, right? Like, you're the only one saying that to me. And then you saying to another person, I'm the only one that cares about enough about you to tell you, right? And the way that you can usually articulate or define this, right? And this is hard too, because I think that you also recognize that there is the difference between the ubiquitous they, right? There's the difference between the ubiquitous they, which is the modality by which another person tries to employ all of the energy around someone to articulate something that only they feel, versus having, and the way you can usually tell this is having history, right? And this is what we talk about. Like, I'm actually not a supporter of the space by which time is not, like when people say time is not real, I say no, time is real. Time just works in a way that's very different than the way we understand it. And the thing about it is time fortifies perception, and that's what's beautiful. Like, time fortifies perception in the space by which you can only learn another's integrity when you add the element of time, right? Like, that's what's beautiful about it. And so when we recognize that, then it's the space by which we understand that often when we know someone, and this is what happens, right? Often when we know someone for a long time, what happens? We learn what they need to integrate, right? Like this is what either you have integrity, like this is what happens. It's very annoying, right? There are either two things that happen. There's either two things that happen when you have a history with someone, which is either you hold them in esteem because they have integrity, or you know why they aren't integrating, right? Like, you have the full understanding of what is energetically the situation by which like another person is experiencing something that another person is being traumatized by. Is what I keep on getting. So it's either integrity or it's integration, right? You either energetically work on getting better, or everybody else around you is carrying the lesson of what you need to do in order to heal, right? Like, that's what. And I feel like I see a situation by which you're literally like working through with someone and being like, I'm trying to be real with you. And I almost see you saying them, I'm not even being real with you because, and you can usually tell when this is happening, because the energy that does it says like it's the energy that often goes, I gave up long ago, right? But for this person or for that situation, like, I'm willing to articulate the fact that this is what is happening here. And I feel like that in that way, like, you are effectively, like, you've become like, you're like, it's like you're trying to give someone the heart, like the important information, because I almost see you saying to someone like, look, I don't want them to have to go through what I went through with you, right? It's like the modality by which you're trying to effectively identify or recognize or tell someone, right? It's like, I feel like it's you kind of like helping someone heal, but not even for yourself, but for the sake of someone that you and them are both energetically connected to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's that strength card, right? Things we do for love, man. But I feel like that, like, this is what I keep, and I feel like, the way that I feel like you have to say to someone, right? And this is often like if you're going through the moment where like another person like it is working through the fact that they're perpetually projecting, right? Remind them of what the priority is, right? Don't get in an argument, is what I keep, even if they're argumentative, right? Even if they're argumentative, right? The way you can usually heal with argumentative energy is reprioritizing what the important thing is, right? Figure out what the unification point is between you and that person in terms of what's important. And I almost see you saying to someone like, look, you saying, having to say to someone like, how you and I feel about each other is irrelevant, right? And this is often what we see. Like, this is what we mean about force of love, right? The modality by which we can look at someone and be like, whatever's happened between us is irrelevant, because what we need to do is energetically important, right? And the space by which we can stay focused on what's important allows us to be able to find strength in ways that we never dreamed possible. So make sure, I keep on hearing, don't get argumentative with someone who's perpetually, don't match energy with someone that is perpetually invested in trying to argue with you because they only want your intention, right? Remind them of the purpose And if they start to argue, recenter them on what that purpose is. Allow that to help you as you have fortifying conversations, potentially around, right? No blame. If no blame. I keep wondering, if something's going wrong, or whose like fault is irrelevant. It's about what needs to be brought to a situation in order to fix and heal it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Julia. And yes, Kat, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Hi there, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. And as I mentioned, if you want to get on the list right now, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And before we continue, always, again, if somebody has the consideration of commenting, it's my responsibility to take the time to read it. That's my opinion on it, Sue. Good to see you today, dear. All right, and before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Water dragon, thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Audrey here. Guys, make sure to give Audrey some love. General reading on what I need to hear. Highest good today. I got you. 3 cards, please. Oh, they're already here. They're all bottom of the deck. Okay. Bottom of the deck. Hot tea. Hot tea. Hold on. All right. Ace of Swords. Hermit card. So I mean, I would be very curious about where your Cancer placements are, because, and I want to stress this, because a lot of these cards that I'm seeing, I often see somebody who carries like a lot of Cancer energy, but it's working into, right? You know, I want to describe what I'm energetic, like compassion, compassion is a gift, right? And the recognition of understanding the work that we do to be compassionate. I feel like there's something to be said about the space that when you decide, right? When you decide to I feel like I seem to be like the compassion valve has now reached just like that's enough compassion for you. I feel like it can be very energetically devastating. But, and I want to stress this, and I feel like this is the important thing to recognize. And I think it has a lot to do with the space of understanding that it is okay, right? It is okay to energetically like grow distant, so long as you speak first, is what I keep on seeing, right? Not I keep on getting not energetic, like not assuming, right? Not reading into things too heavily until you give another person, right? Until you give another person time to explain, is what I keep on seeing. Because here's the thing about it. And again, it's interesting because I'm picking up a lot of Cancer and Virgo energy, which is those with a lot of Cancer Virgo placements are very, like, everything they do. Like, I need to stress out everything a Cancer and Virgo does. It's like incredible. Like they think they think it over, right? They think it over and over and over, right? This is often like a lot of the work that we see, like Cancer and Virgo energies often have a lot of that space by which there's a lot of overthinking. And what often happens is that when we are in the space of energetically overthinking, right? Another person says something that they haven't given any thought to, right? And then you read into something, right? Like you read into it in a way of being like, what did it mean? But it didn't mean anything. Like, it's like, it's the space by which it's like, it didn't mean anything, right? Like it's the modality by which we recognize that there's some energy that just, right, that doesn't like they it's like doesn't think, right? It's like they just, I often, like, I don't know if like you're, I don't know, like I feel like this is often what I see with, like, I don't know why I'm what I'm reading into, but it reads almost like when, like, this is what happens when, like, someone with like a Cancer Virgo placements like meet someone who's like very heavy in the Sag is like, hello, just like on roller skates, like, what are you doing? I don't know. It feels like it's Tuesday, right? Like, it's not like, and it confounds, like it straight up confounds, right? Nothing confounds the overthinker more than somebody who's just like not putting thought into things, where it's like brain, mouth connection, whoop, real fast, right? Like real fast. And then meanwhile, when someone's like, what did that mean? Being like, there wasn't any thought to it, right? You're overthinking it, right? And this is often what we clarify, right? This is why we give someone, right? We give someone the benefit of the doubt. We give someone the benefit of the doubt in energy, in communicating to them, and saying like, what was that about? And you can usually tell when this happens, because you'll be like, what was that about? And they'll be like, what? And be like, that thing, and be like, what thing, right? And you're like, right. It's like, and so, and I feel like that's the overriding message that I see. And this is why it's important to talk about things, right? And this is why we give someone we give someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, right? Which is the modality by which we articulate to another, right? The modality by which we articulate to another and say, like, and this is how, and again, if you're ever unsure, about whether someone is being obtuse or intentional in relationality to something that you're experiencing, talk to them about it. Give them the benefit of the doubt by having that conversation, which is the modality by which you say to them, like, are you aware, right? Like, are you aware of how that made me feel? Are you aware of the uncomfortability that it put one in, right? Because often, and this is what's beautiful about it, when someone is truly in the space by which they didn't recognize it, you'll always notice this. Someone that wasn't aware of it will immediately work expediently to correct it, right? The only word you'll hear out of their mouth is thank you, right? Like, like it's the thank you. It's the I did not realize. The moment someone says, how dare you, right? The moment that they see, the moment or modality by which they articulate and they throw up their hands and get like start to like flip out about the fact that you're making them aware of it, that's usually X marks the target in relationality to another person, like working into the space by which, and here's the hard part about it, right? When we tell each other things, right, and we recognize, we understand that we're giving each other gifts. And so the modality by which another person, how another person receives that gift from you, tells you everything you need to know as to whether they are invested in build, as long, and I keep on getting, as long as your emotions come with clear directions, right? It's not the space by which you say, I didn't like this, but this is what would it be better, right? Like that is what we talk about. That's the emotion that comes with a present wrapped up for us, right? This is what happened. This is what I would prefer done. Then we get to we are able to identify everything we need to know in relationality to how that's energetically received by a person, but only unless we have that hard conversation. Only unless we have that hard conversation first. Yeah, you got to talk about it, right? It's allowing for the observation of the communication, right? It's this space by which we identify, right? And this is why it's important to talk about it. We identify so that we can recognize, right? The space by which we are able to effectively articulate to another how we feel helps us to understand how invested they are in healing with us, right? Especially, and this is why when something goes wrong, we never sweep it under the rug. We don't say, let's just pretend it never happened. There's nothing more. Let's pretend it never happened ensures that it will happen again, right? Like, let's pretend it never happened will definitely happen again, without a doubt, right? It's like without a doubt, right? It's why we effectively articulate it. It's the ability to effectively like speak upon it that allows us to be able to recognize, but make sure that you're having those conversations first before you walk away from things. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. List is open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. And 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. You're so welcome, Audrey. Thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you and wishing you best on your journey. Yeah, we're all off. Exactly. Well said, Per. Hi there, Nicole. How long have I been doing this? Long time. Long time. I mean, I've been reading. I've been playing with the cards since I was little. I learned from my mother, but I started taking it seriously when I was about 14. So it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Thank you. I resonated so much with the last message you gave, but I'm getting now that I shouldn't be holding on to. No. Here's the thing. I think it's good that you're articulating that you were resonating with the last message, right? Because the reason that we're here is if there was something about that message that felt like it was connected to you as well, it's good that you were here to hear it as well. Have a great, get some rest, Kath. Brianna, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get in the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. And Charles, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Thanks, Burr. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open, but we're going to move into one card readings for superfans. So if you want to get on the list and have a full reading right now, you can. But if you are a superfan who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also have your question asked now as well. If you'd like to become a superfan, just hit the button at the bottom of the screen if you're over on the clock app, and that superfan status will entitle you to a 1 card. All right. I got you, Ava, 1 card on connection with counterpart, please. You know, it's interesting because every time I read for this person right now, I keep on getting, like, it feels to me like someone who's at the behest of another in the best way possible. You know? Like, I feel like it's that space by which they're trying to help another person. But it's interesting too, because I feel like I almost see somebody going through something and saying, like, this isn't going to be forever, right? Like, and I like to point this out, like, I feel like there's something, like, I feel like there's somebody almost like deeply building into a connection with spirit in relationality to kind of working into the context of trusting the process on something, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, particularly and especially, you know, I literally, I almost see somebody who is like working through some kind of intuition that they're not concentrating on partnership is the best thing that they can do for connection right now, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like there's a lot of that energy that I feel like it feels in a way like I almost see somebody that's going inward. But like I keep on hearing, like the fact that they're going inward is them like doing what they need, right? And just feeling secure in the fact that they feel that they're going to find counterpart as well in that experience. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, specifically with this Ren card. You know, I'm getting with like a lot of the Ren card right now. Like I see somebody, like I very much, every time I read for this counterpart right now, I see them in some modality by which they feel like they're caretaking. So something that they're doing, like they're taking care of another, but even in the space by which they're taking care of another, they feel like in some way they're healing their connection to counterpart because they're not worrying about it so heavily, is what I keep on seeing. It's like they're finding patience on the journey. Hi there, Yaz. Good to see you, dear. And Alicia, thank you for the follow. Nella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Julia, highest and best phase on my current journey. I got you, dear. It's requiring you to have to be strong right now. You know, I feel like I mean, it's working through, I keep on hearing like, and I want to describe this, and I feel like it has something to do. And it's interesting because it's saying to me, remember, it's not disassociating to say, I will deal, like you wondering, it's not disassociating to say, I will deal with those feelings later, is what I keep on hearing. Because disassociating, and it's coming strongly through one of your guides, disassociating is the space by which you deny that you have feelings, right? Working into, like working through the space of doing, like working into the context of saying, I'll deal with those feelings later, is the modality of being able to get stronger because you recognize they're there. You recognize there are a lot of them. I almost feel like you being like around your feeling, like you having the feelings coming up and you being like, now's not the time, right? Like now's not the time. Right? Like, well, like now's not the time, right? We'll figure out how to navigate those feelings later. But that even there, I keep wondering, even that's healing because that is Aquarian, right? It's not the space by which you're making them go away. You're placing them in the space by which you know that you'll energetically address them, is what I keep on hearing. And so I think in some way you're actually healing your Aquarian placement right now. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with that blank card, right? Like the space by which you're having a lot of emotions, but you're not letting the emotions overwhelm you. You're just recognizing that they're there, right? You're not denying that their existence, but you're recognizing the time. Like I feel like I keep wondering, now is not the time, which is the space by which you're identifying when would be a good time to be able to energetically release them or feel them, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is the space by which you're like I keep on hearing, I don't know why they keep on articulating that you're healing your Aquarian placement, because I keep on hearing that is not just, that's not dissociation. That's level-headedness and relationality to dealing with them, right? One card for Bridget on spiritual gift I should nurture at this time. It's interesting too, because it has to do, I feel like it has to do with rest. And it's interesting because I feel like this is you finding new forms of rest, is what I'm getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with the seven, like particularly with the 7 of Wands and its reversal. Like and I want to describe this as you know, and has to do, and I wouldn't be surprised if like you are someone who works through that in like a very fundamental way, but the ability of seeing others, irritability, right? I almost see you saying to them, have you rested? Like, when was the last time you rested, right? Understanding and recognizing the energetic value of rest, right? I feel like there's something about that that is deeply connected to your own gifts because it talks about the fact, like, I feel like you're kind of looking at something and recognizing, like, you're very good at being able to attenuate when you need to recharge, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing about it too. It's interesting because it feels very much like, I'm not sure where your earth sign placements are, but this is something that I often see with those who have a lot of earth sign energy, right? The modality of experience of feeling, like feeling the space of understanding that it's good to recharge, right? And everybody recharges in different ways. So you being able to help another person, like, I don't know why, it's like you being able to help another person find a deeper state of rest is something that is energetically connected to a past life gift that you experienced as well, is what I keep on hearing. Alicia, thank you for the follow. I'm not even trying with the 1 cards. I mean, you can always try her. Yes. I mean, again, the questions that you guys ask with a one card is wild. Please, Minnie, one card, whether I'm currently working through shadow work wise. Yeah. I mean, like that's it's Queen of Pentacles. But I'm getting here like a lot of like I need to point out, right? Shadow work often reveals the trauma that we're carrying, particularly in recognizing that everything is fine, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, the Knight of Cups, right? Working, and here's the thing about it, right? Working, shadow work often comes up the closer we get to a situation by which we experience trauma, right? The shadow work, it's very normal for shadow work to come up as we're navigating an energetic breakthrough, because it's the modality or the experience by which we ourselves are energetically working through something. But even in the space by which we're able to energetically work through it, and I like to point this out, right? Shadow work is healing when we're able to identify and articulate upon our fears, especially if they're fears that we ourselves have previously experienced. So I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation by which you're being re-triggered as it relates to some event in the past that was connected. I keep on hearing like some kind of event in the past that was connected to travel, right? Something connected to travel that felt like that felt like the space by which, again, somebody who articulated that something was energetically fine, only to find out that it wasn't. And I keep on hearing healthy energy doesn't do that. Healthy energy with integrity, our yeses stay yeses, and our no's stay no's, right? That's what integrity is. Hi there, Yaz. Lawrence, thank you for the follow. Just a sec. Yeah, that happened to me too. Very detailed question, maybe. Yes, I think I need to trust in divine timing and leave it up to divine to orchestrate. Well, I need to point this out. We talk about this here, Audrey. We can help. Like, we don't wait when it comes to our manifestation goals, right? Patience does not mean waiting. Patience is working in collaboration with the universe and saying, like, look, I'm trying to help get there too, right? Like I'm trying to help get there too, right? Doing your portion to help bring something into fruition, right? Yep. Excellent. That's exactly what I've been doing, sending you support, Julia. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, my Neptune, Uranus, and it are all in Aquarius and Chicago. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, look. So when I said like, yeah, when I said your healing Aquarius placements, like I keep on getting big time, like big time, right? Big time. And thank you, dear. Not me over here getting frustrated with my having to. Oh, that's again, I know, but what if it was connected to your gift? How does that change your perception on it? I feel like I've been forced to rest. I feel like I'm being forced to rest. See, I didn't say, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? I did not say forced. I said finding new ways to rest, right? Finding new ways to rest, not being forced to rest, finding new ways to rest. Yes, one card, please. Best advice on bettering my life at this point in my journey. Beautiful question. Come on. Oh my gosh, these sticky cards. Come on. Thank you. Joy on the journey, right? Working into the space. I keep on saying, how can you do something more joyfully, right? It's saying to me, like a lot of that work, yeah, right? That's a nice thing about joy. It's everywhere, right? The more joy there is, like joy creates more joy. So that the space by which like you don't need to feel, right? Like the space by which you feel like you're doing something tedious and saying to yourself like, how can I bring joy to this experience, right? How can I make this more joyful? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blackbird, right? Right? The modality of, and I feel like in a way you're healing, right? I don't know why, like, I don't know why I've got a lot of this like stand up straight energy around you. Like you healing from something by which another person says if it's not fun, it's not work. And I see you saying to somebody like if you find fun in work, you don't work a day in your life, right? It's not the space by which we identify, right? It's not the space by which we feel like the way we heal our nature, our relationship to work is by not feeling like work has to be painful, but rather the modality by which we're able to find a way to connect with work that feels like it's energetically joyful to us. You're welcome, Bridget. Yeah, I relate to this so much right now. I think we just have to be more self-compassionate. Absolutely. 1111, 111, tap to claim. That's where we're still in the last, yeah, absolutely. That's true. I like that I like that. One cards are an invitation to full readings. It's a trailer. One card regarding connection for Chrissy, please. I feel like I see someone who like does not recognize themselves based upon the decisions they're making. You know? And it almost feels like somebody like arguing with someone, like somebody having an argument being like, I know you, and you like you saying another person I feel like I see somebody saying that like like we only know each other in the space by which we recognize or identify the nature of change, right? And I keep on hearing like bottom of the deck, right? Yeah, like this nine of pentacles in its reversal, right? It almost feels like somebody like their changes are bringing forth apologies is what I keep on seeing. Like it's almost saying to me like something about them making different choices is having the impact of them looking at the past in a new way, potentially in relationality to like something they were doing without being energetically conscientious of it, or how another person experienced them is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, that air dragon, right? I feel like somebody is getting like the gift of perception. Like they're and I feel like it's a lot of internal like it's like I feel like it's somebody like thinking a lot about the past. But even in the space by which like I keep on seeing like they're revisiting the past in a big way because they recognize that they're not the same person that would articulate those choices, right? Hi there, Team Osana. Hi there, one moment. Hi, Cheryl. So the one cards are reserved for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. All you need to do is become a super fan. The full list is open also if you'd like a full reading. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for those who are not subscribers. Yep. Oh, I saw that. Yes, Bridget's on the list. So everybody, if you could hold, please, on your one cards. We're going to get started on full readings again. Thank you, dear. Yep. All right, let's continue right now. Bridget, could you let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are two things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One moment, please. I'm just pulling up the question. And just a reminder, if you are a super fan and you have information, or if you have information that's relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channel. And I'm just pulling up. We're also at 140K likes, friends. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K, 150K in no time. But before we continue with Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, and I'm just pulling up. Hold on here. Ooh, what a beautiful question. And guys, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. I know. I deeply appreciate Nikki's commitment to the frog. Where are we? Excellent. And hold on a minute. And guys, please make sure to give Bridget some love. Okay. How can I better, is this outside tea? I assume it's outside tea. I just want to confirm before I read it. Oh, guys, just a reminder, true readers will not ask you to inbox them for a reading, and this is my only account. Make sure you're staying safe. Okay, where were we? Outside, thank you. How can I better support myself? By finding new ways to rest while still feeling productive, without feeling overwhelmed or behind on everyday tasks. Beautiful question. Oh, wow. I mean, a lot of what I'm seeing in this reading, has to do with, and I want to describe this, like, I feel like I see you kind of moving into some type of austerity mode, right? Like, it feels a lot like a reminder that the things that own us, this is what we talk about when we say the things that own, the things we own us, right? And why do we say the things that we own us? Because the things that we own us because they constantly need tending, right? The modality by which we identify and recognize the space by which we're constantly in that space of having to kind of be in a perpetual state of caring for things. I feel I feel like this is continuing to kind of move towards some kind of shift that I see that you've been experiencing for quite some time now, which is you kind of going through some modality of going like a little less of this, right? Like a little, I don't need this much of something, because I almost see like you recognizing that like the less, I keep wondering like the less that you have something, the less work there is to do, right? It's creating, and I feel like it's a space by which things are becoming, right? Things are also becoming more energetically precious to you. And I feel like this is what I meant in relationality to, this is some of the energy that I was seeing in terms of you saying finding new ways to rest, which is understanding that rest comes in many forms. And when we think about it in that context, right? Like the space by which we simplify, when we simplify something, we give ourselves more rest because we're not constantly in the space by which we feel like we're perpetually tending. So I see you, like I see you doing something in that way, right? And I feel like, you know, and I want to describe this, the space by which you articulate the overwhelm, right? Like I keep on seeing the overwhelm, like looking at the feeling that you have of overwhelm is basically the space by which you can look at something and say to the self, is there a simplified way that I could be doing this, right? Like, especially and particularly as it relates to something that feels, that is energetically exhaustive, right? And I keep on seeing that journey, right? Like that journey by which you're finding new solutions. It doesn't require you, right? And this is the important thing about it, right? It doesn't require you to rest more so that you become more productive, but the space by which what you're doing, right? You do, and then it has that energetic impact so that you can effectively do more, is what I keep on seeing. So I think that one of the things that I'm identifying here, and I want to kind of like, I want to articulate it, is I want you to think about, like, I keep on saying, I want you to think about how you could effectively be doing something, right? And I keep on, and I want to just, I want to bring this up because it feels like there's something there that and I keep wondering, it's gonna take work, you know? Like that's the important thing about it. It's going to take work before it gets simpler, right? Like it's like you have to, like, I literally see a situation by which you kind of like you have to carve out time to make something energetically simpler for yourself, right? And I keep on hearing like that time, Like that time needs to be sacrosanct, right? And even as you're doing it, right? I keep wondering, even as you're doing it, you're probably going to feel frustrated and saying, there's other things I should be doing. But that's why I keep on hearing a little bit of that time every day is going to be important, because I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing like, just carve out a bit of time towards it, right? Not a massive amount, just enough, right? And see, I keep wondering, see how it fits, right? Because I keep on hearing like that 15 minutes, right? Like that 15 minutes that you say, I'm streamlining something, right? Like that's what I keep on saying. You have to write down, it's streamlining time, right? 15 minutes of streamlining is going to get you. It's like, it's not, right? It's a little bit goes a long way. And I keep on seeing, you'll be surprised like how much changes if you give yourself that 15 minutes, right? Doesn't have to be a lot of time, right? Just, I keep on hearing, you have to think of streamlining as a dedicated practice. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Lover's card and its reversal, right? And I think that, I feel like there's something important there in relationality too. I keep on hearing, there's something about something that you're doing right now. I keep on hearing your expansion is coming through portions, right? And why do we keep on hearing expansion that comes through portions? And we're going to see this a lot with a lot of that Piscean energy, which is not the state by which we feel that we have to do something like unbelievable, right, in a short period of time, but the space by which, when we energetically plug away at something every day, then it allows the space by which it doesn't feel overwhelming. It feels grounding. It feels reaffirming. It feels energetically stabilizing. So I feel like you have to recognize that the way that you address things is altering. It's changing, because I almost see the space by which you used to be someone who used to just power through things, right? Like that ability of effectively just energetically powering through something, right? I keep on hearing powering through is exhaustive, right? It's something that we can do, but it often feels like it takes an energetic toll on us. So the modality by which you say to yourself, you're healing because you're no longer allowing yourself just to power through, but instead to portion, right? I feel like that is you recognizing and honoring the fact that you're experiencing energetic changes. And the modality by which you're navigating those changes is how you're effectively allowing it to become a space of energetic celebration, right? So I keep on hearing two words to focus on as you're doing these things right now is streamlining and celebration, which is saying, again, doing a little bit of something every day that feels painful, but you recognize the streamlining so that the day inevitably comes where it's going to be easier because you're going to have already done it, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, apologies for that individual in the chat that was coming in asking. Remember, a true reader won't ask you to inbox them. I keep on seeing anything that allows you to effectively streamline in any context is what I keep on getting on that, right? And I keep on seeing a lot now, a little bit easier later, right? Excellent. Yes, I want to have a tiny house with minimal things. Yeah, the things we own us. Yep. But here's the thing, you're respecting the fact that you're going through those changes and you're accommodating as necessary. Yeah, I know you're getting a lot of that Lover's card in its reversal right now. But the Lover's card in its reversal is saying like it's working through and being like the way that you used to do it isn't going to be the way that you're doing it going forward. Exactly. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments during these readings. You're welcome, dear. All right, the next person. The list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Symbiolio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we're going to be doing another giveaway when we get to 150K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time if you're over on the place where we keep the over on the clock app. And we are going to be moving back to 1 card readings for super fans right now. If you are a super fan, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you haven't had one yet, I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you are a member, a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also ask your question today. I'll be happy to draw a card for you as well. All right. Oop, hold on a minute. I got you, Ella. 1 card highest, please. Can I get 1 card for Ella? Highest party messages. I feel like this is you having to articulate to another. I feel like it's you having to articulate to another, like how you feel about traveling is what I keep on getting. You know, bottom of the deck. I need to point this out. Like, King of Pentacles, King of Pentacles in its reversal often walks us through the space by which we ourselves, like some energy loves to travel. Some energy sees travel as it's like the worst thing possible. And so I feel like there's something important there to help another person recognize as it relates to how you feel, like what leisure means to you is what I keep on seeing, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hair energy, right? Like it's giving me a lot of it's giving me a lot of staycation vibe, right? Like making sure that you and another person are on the same page as to what you consider a leisure activity. Especially in the space by which another, like, this is often why another person's like identifying the I see somebody who wants to like explore a lot, and somebody who's like just wants to energetically recline, like making sure that you and another person are on the same page in relationality to what you expect when you go somewhere, or what you expect that experience to be like, is what I keep on seeing. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. I appreciate you guys. I got you, Rainbow. 1 card on how I've accepted counterpart is not. Okay. I need to stress this. That's not your counterpart, Rainbow. Right? The modality by which we recognize, right? And I feel like that's the space of working through, right? Positive recognition, right? Why would who you expect your divine counterpart to be do that, right? And and this is why we talk about writing down like what our ideal counterpart is, right? In the modality by which it helps us see why we feel the connection in terms of feeling the sense of the certainty that is not clarified by their action, right? The space we effectively understand and recognize the difference between how we feel in terms of what we're experiencing, but versus how it feels to be love, help us to see the distortion between someone that we would hope would be, but someone who is giving indications that they're not, right? When we let go of trying to understand, right, the modality, and this is why we have to recognize, this is why we talk about divine counterpart energy, not in relationality to a person, right? Not in a point, we don't point our divine counterpart in places, because the modality that we often experience of experiencing something that feels so antithetical to what we would expect helps us recognize and build into healthy direction in relationality to understanding what's best. So if you're feeling like that right now, I would suggest it'd be a really good time to start writing down like what it feels like to be in divine counterpart connection, what the day to day is like. Also to be able to recognize and identify, right, not only to help to heal from what you may have experienced in a connection by which you aspired for that to occur, but also to help you be able to see it with more clarity as you build forward to it. Bottom of the animal spirit guide, the stag energy, right? The space by which we understand, right? It's not the space of saying, where is it? It's the understanding that often if we can dream it, it energetically exists. And so our ability of identifying and working through that aspiration, right? We don't build into the space of saying, oh, I'm waiting for someone to change, but recognizing and identifying the valuation of understanding that those qualities exist. They presently exist in a person that wants that as much as you do. So being able to work towards that is how you're able to effectively start to give yourself the love from healing from a connection by which you may have potentially experienced trauma. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Michelle. Perfect. Highest priority, please. One card. We've got here the Eight of Pentacles in its upright. So working through the modality of experience of, I feel like this is you building into the context of recognizing and identifying what you're effectively putting your own sense of energetic purpose towards. I keep on hearing a little bit each day goes a long way. So don't get frustrated at yourself. Don't get frustrated at yourself in terms of not seeing something change, but be like, make sure that you're taking this time to be able to recognize and appreciate how far you've energetically come. Bottom of the deck on this reading, particularly with the Eight of Swords and its reversal, I feel like I see you kind of go, like there's a lot, like that's a lot of eight energy, right? Like a lot of the work that you're doing in terms of putting action towards things, but at the same time, allowing the context of giving yourself time to rest or to recognize what it is that you're working to heal from. Bottom animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, we've got the boar energy here. So I feel like there's something really important that I see that you're doing. And I almost feel like I see you um, like trying to help others understand that as well. Like there's a lot of that effort or intention that I see that you're placing in things, but I keep on getting that there's something about that energetic placement by which you're able to articulate. Like I feel like it's you having a conversation with another person specifically, and like specifically upon like what you're like you being able to say to someone, like trying, like it's almost like you showing somebody like like having like I want to describe this. I'm seeing a situation by which like you're like deciding whether to show something to someone, but like I keep on hearing it's you don't let perfect stand in the way of done, right? Like there's something to be said about being able to build into a sense of healthy grounding on that. Absolutely. And thank you for coming back for that reading. Hi there, Chinda. One moment, please. Oh, and Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And we've got 3 spots today. If anybody else would like to get on the list, just bear with me a moment. All right. Perfect. Excellent. Oh, yes. Oh, love to travel, exhausting. Thank you for confirming. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, dear. But like, and I feel like that's what I mean. Like you being able to communicate to someone, right? Like making sure that you're communicating to someone about that, or potentially, I keep wondering, like talking to someone about like alterations, you know? Yep. Oh, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Rainbow. I know how difficult that is. And I said allow the context of being able to articulate, and like I keep on seeing, start writing down what it feels like to be in connection with them, right? Like, and I keep on seeing specifically and particularly as it relates to how they treat you, and how you treat them, right? Let that be the focus of a lot of that writing right now. I like the space by which, and I have to describe this, right? The space by which we work towards healing that is allowing the space by which we're able to recognize and identify what we feel like when we have those moments of connection that feel like they break down, being able to articulate and identify what we are aspiring for that can do like that would be better, is helping us also understand the nature of the healing that we can bring forth within ourselves as we build towards healthy fortified connection, right? Allow that to be like allow that to be the ground from which you build. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Chinda. And we've got you. Yep. Excellent. All right. Nikki, could you please let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, if anyone else would like to get on the list right now. Oh, we got to 150K. Wait, hold on. We need to pause. We need to pause. So thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 150K milestone. I am going to go ahead and gift a reading back to the collective. Excellent. All right. And so what I'm going to be doing right now is I am thinking of a number between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts that number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first. Oh, Julia, congratulations. Very fast. Excellent. We will do that again. We will do that again when we get to 200K. And thank you guys so much for participating. And in the meantime, we'll do it again when we get to 200K. In the meantime, if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Nikki, if you could let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I know. Interesting. Excellent. And Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question, dear? Okay. All right. Nikki, did you post your question? We've been getting a lot of stag energy, haven't we? All right. With your Julia, with your... Sorry, I just saw Nikki's comment. All right. Actually, it depends. Yaz, it depends on the mirror. It depends on the mirror. Depends on the mirror. It's just the best way I can describe it. Not all mirrors are alike. Yeah. All right. Hold on a minute. I've got you, Nikki. Okay. Oh, I got you, dear. Okay. All right. Well, again, so I want to describe, so the way we want to articulate it, and just to kind of clarify in relationality to how we read into the cards, the space by which we identify a good choice or not has to do entirely on the context of the present. So why don't we read into the energy connected to that to be able to identify and articulate how it feels now, and in relationality to like what one is able, like how, like in terms of how it relates to your manifestation goal is what I keep on seeing. Okay, I got you, absolutely. And in the meantime, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. I'm gonna draw 2 cards for manifestation goal, and then I'm going to draw 2 cards related to the home energy, if that makes sense. Okay. I mean, I got to be clear about this. Everything that I'm seeing in relationality to this, it feels like it's positive and beneficial. Like, especially, I have to describe this because I've got the star energy connected to you in relationality to manifestation goal. And then I also see, and I need to describe this, like I've also got the 8 of Pentacles in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying? What are we effectively identifying with both of those cards there? It talks about, and I think that what's interesting about it is the nature by which, like the nature by which you perceive it changes, but it's still energetically valuable. And why do we see that it's still energetically valuable? Because I want to describe this here, and it's interesting because there's like all of this read that we're seeing is based upon pentacle energy, right? A lot of this work that we see, particularly with the Four of Pentacles in its reversal, has to do with working into the context of, like, I feel like at the time that you potentially got something, you weren't potentially expecting that it would be such an investment, right? Like the modality by which you are effectively recognizing or identifying. And so I can see this space by which you're feeling very energetically frustrated about it. But this is where we see the manifestation goal coming in, right? Because the ability to be able to identify and recognize what's on the other side of it, right? And I keep on hearing what you're doing, like what you're experiencing now is temporary, right? It's temporary, but it allows, I keep wondering, it's temporary, but it allows for adaptability, is what I keep on seeing, right? And in a way, it feels very connected to the manifestation goal. Did you partition something here? You know, like it almost feels like you partitioned something. It almost feels like I feel like this is almost you activating the home space. And I keep on hearing, is it a renovation or is it an activation? Is it a renovation or is it an activation? Which is the modality by which you can effectively navigate something. But even in the context by which you're navigating it, I feel like it's a lot. I keep on hearing like it's allowing for possibilities to be explored, is what I keep on getting, right? And so the modality by which you've done something that is allowing for possibilities to be explored, what we're effectively identifying is this is a lot of the work that I see that you're doing in relationality to recognizing and identifying the space's full potential. And so I keep on getting that understanding, right? It's okay if it's an activation, right? Then it is an energetic investment because it's not the space by which you're doing something purely for the sense of beautifying it, but you're doing it specifically because I see that you're giving it like I keep on hearing like you're making it do something that it could never do before, is what I keep on hearing. It's like you're teaching. It's like I know it sounds weird, but it's like you're teaching. It's like, and I know it sounds strange, but I have to read into the energy on it. But like you have to think about it. You have to think about that in the space of the home, right? You're not remodeling. I keep on hearing you're changing the nature of it so that it feels like something that is going to energetically nourish you, is what I keep on seeing. So that's what I feel like, and I know, like I keep on seeing, like I feel like the anxiety, like I can see right here, like look at this, like this is you going, oh no, like this is you like working through that and being like feeling like the bottom, right? Like it's you feeling like the bottom on this is being like feeling like it keeps on going. But and I want to describe this, you know, like this says to me, right? Especially when we identify a lot of that 8 pentacle energy there with the accommodation of another person, right? It almost feels like you're creating supportive architecture within the space itself. So I keep on getting the same message that says, remember, right? It's not a remodel, it's supportive architecture, right? You have to think about it that way, right? You're not coming into the space. You're not coming into the space by which you're working through something. And in that capacity, feeling the energetic frustration there. But I almost see you working very tenaciously on understanding and recognizing that I keep on hearing, it's like it's giving me, I know it's going to sound a little weird, it's giving me a lot of bit of, it's like it's giving me a little bit of this like hurt now to heal later, right? Hurt now to heal later, right? Something that in the immediate moment might effectively cause some feeling of tightness, but as soon as it's finished, can start to effectively like nourish again. And I keep on hearing like nourish in a way that it never energetically has before. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, a lot of this, the Six of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles that we're seeing here, right? The Six of Pentacles that we're seeing here is, that's interesting. The Six of Pentacles, I don't know if you just, I don't know if you heard it. Like, and it's funny too, because like Strega doesn't usually say hello. Strega just said hello from downstairs. I don't know if that got picked up. I don't know if that got picked up on the mic, but, and it's funny too, because it's like I feel like it's like it's interesting. I don't know if you're introducing energy into the space, because Strega felt the need to say hello from downstairs, which is I keep on getting. So it's like it says to me, like that is effectively what we see, right? Like that's almost like what we see is energetically happening there, right? Like that capacity or that ability by which you yourself, like I feel like, um you know, the space by which, and like this is what I keep on getting with like a lot of this like heavy pentacle energy, right? Like this heavy pentacle energy is working into, right? Like, and I want to describe like the the space by which you're understanding. And it's interesting too, because even in that, and I need to describe this, you know, and I want to stress this. There's something about a manifestation goal that's actively changing, you know? I keep wondering, there's something about a manifestation goal that's actively changing, right? And I like to point this out. What's lovely, like what's lovely about having a healthy manifestation goal is that what we initially thought one thing would be can sometimes become another. And it's still a good thing, even if it energetically changes. So I feel like what we're almost seeing there, specifically and particularly, is I don't know why. I keep on hearing you've got a manifestation goal in midair, right? And what do I mean about you? I don't know why I keep on hearing you've got a manifestation goal in midair, which is the state by which, like, you're not necessarily sure about what it is that you're trying to proceed upon, which is why it feels anxiety inducing in relationality to something that is energetically happening. But I keep on getting that the important thing of understanding is the space by which I keep on hearing you can have something and it changes, right? The way that you remember I said the way that you think about it alters, right? Because potentially I keep on getting it's not necessarily the state by which you, like, I keep on hearing it doesn't require you to move away from it, but it almost becomes a part of the conversation, right? And I think it's interesting. I keep on seeing, in a way, you almost have to think about it. Like, you almost have to think about the space, like, as, like, I keep wondering, you have to think about the space almost in the context by which you understand that in itself energetically matures and changes and grows, right? So being able to identify, right, like what feels energetically nourishing is is how you effectively honor the space, right? Because your ability to say, oh well, this is something that is energetically helpful, but maybe not forever, right? Like the one thing that you don't want to do is make a determination until you have a strong manifestation goal, right? So making sure that you and another person are talking clearly upon what that plan is before making before making an energetically rash decision upon something. So I keep on hearing manifestation goal first, right? Not not the other way around, right? Like make sure that let the manifestation goal guide you in relationality to how it effectively affects that space. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The list is now open. If anyone wants to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I'm also opening it back up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan, your super fan status makes you eligible for a 1 card. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, there you are. Hold on a minute. I don't know, but the energy around the house I've been contemplating. Yes, okay, thank you. Like I keep on hearing manifestation goal first, right? Don't just think about it. Think about the manifestation goal before you proceed. Absolutely. Yeah, again, and I keep on hearing just because it's not going to be that doesn't mean that it isn't still important, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, definitely a lot of work. I've been feeling scared of spending money on it, but yeah, it still hurts. A lot of things have changed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, supportive architecture. Oh, and yours was scratching out inside the door. Yeah, that was wild. She usually, I've never caught her. I was never able to get, like, people haven't, like, I often talk about the fact that she does that. She just chose to do it then. Okay. Just reading over. Wait, what are you heartbroken about? I don't know if I saw Rainbow's comment come through. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, wondering about partner. Thank you, Queen. Yes. You're so welcome, dear. All right, I've got you, Ruby. 1 card, please. Highest priority. Every time I read somebody, I don't know, I keep on reading for somebody that's in some kind of unhealthy relationship and is energetically realizing it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, specifically with this 3 of Pentacles. This 3 of Pentacles is like, I need to describe like the 3 of Pentacles that I'm seeing here is like I almost feel like I see somebody that's like working through an experience, like navigating another person's like, I keep on, like, it's weird. Like, I keep on hearing the word jealousy in relationality to something, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy, like someone, like it says to me, like somebody who, like it's giving me like somebody who's healing in the modality of like once they convince themselves of something, there's no convincing them of anything, like the type of energy that like often like creates problems where problems don't exist because they overread into everything is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like that, like it's almost like somebody who's recognized, who's exhausted trying to convince someone that nothing's wrong. Thank you for reposting, Ella. Queen, it looks like your superfan status has expired. So if you want to recharge your superfan, I'm happy to draw that card for you, dear. One moment. Hold on a minute. We've got something coming through for Ava. Ava, did you get on the list for a full reading, dear? Okay. I just want to confirm. One moment. Just let me know. You're so welcome, dear. Okay. No, hold on a minute. Yep, absolutely. I got you, Julie. Oh, Yasmin, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Julia, 1 card, please. Love. Make sure that make sure you talk to somebody with your manifestation goal first, right? No convincing someone as to the benefits of a manifestation goal. They either want the same thing you do or they don't. Yeah. Like none of this, if somebody says like there's nothing more dangerous than someone that says, let's just see where it goes, never somewhere good, right? Like when someone says, let's just see where it goes, never somewhere good, right? It's like, we don't like the space by which we, again, the bear energy, right? Like we don't like if someone isn't responsible enough by which they can't talk about the shape or nature of the relationship that they want, then we're not. I see, like I keep on hearing like no Robinson, like no space by which we like identify or effectively articulate upon the space by which we're energetically exploring things, right? We know what we want, we know where we're going in order to energetically find it. Absolutely. Hi there, Hallie. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. Okay, one moment, please. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Oh, that's incredible. I'm so sad to hear that. Oh, it's heartbreaking. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for, 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm sending so much support to them and their family today. Katie, thank you so much for the follow. Hi there, Yaz. How are you doing today, dear? All right. And Ava, thank you for getting on the list as well. We've got 1 spot available today before the list will be closed. No, it's okay, Yaz, if you need time. I've got Ava. We'll actually we'll do Ava and then we'll do you. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the you'll be the 3rd person read for. 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. We need voice messages around here. Oh, it's absolutely it's heartbreaking. And young too, right? Ugh. All right, let's continue right now. All right. It's devastating. All right, I'm going to pull up. Before we continue right now, let's warm up our intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. And count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And is this, hold on a minute. Yeah, I got you. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Ava? All right, I haven't heard back from Ava, so I'm going to assume it's inside tea unless I hear otherwise. All right, can I please get 4 cards, please? And 2 more. Well, I think that there's something really important, and I want to describe this because the first thing I'm seeing, because you're basically giving me indications that you're having a lot of memory recall coming back. And I feel like the first space to recognize is understanding what an energetic gift that is, right? The recognition of being able to identify and recognize it as a gift. And I like to describe, like, this is what we talk about in relationality to navigating the responsibility of a gift, right? Gifts are rarely easy, right? Right? Gifts are rarely easy. But in the experience by which we ourselves are able to identify and recognize how to energetically apply um, the past in the context of the present allows the ability of being able to have a new perception upon it. And I want to articulate this because specifically the word that you identified, feeling, is frustrated upon relearning. And I want you to understand, it's okay. I want you to understand that, and I'm going to kind of start again because I think that you just identified the fact that you were away. So we're going to kind of back up a bit. But that in itself, right? That in itself is a part of the reading. because the frustration, right? The frustration of having to energetically start again. But I want to point out something to you, because this is the important thing about it. I just said something, right? I just said something that took me about 5 minutes to say, okay? And now I'm going to say it to you in 2 minutes. And that's the beauty of it, okay? I want you to recognize that, because that's part of the reading, right? You articulated the fact that you're remembering something, and you're frustrated because you already feel like you energetically learned it. And you're frustrated because you feel like you have to learn it again. But you don't. You never forgot it, right? You're energetically reconnecting to it. And in the modality by which you reconnect to it, right, you don't have to relearn, right? It's not the capacity by which you have to energetically relearn. It's more of the ability to energetically connect to it that allows us to understand the significance and beauty of being able to energetically work through things. That's often, and this is the gift that we understand in relationality, right? In relationality to effectively identifying and building into what the energetic gift is, right? Because what we're basically seeing that's happening right now is you are feeling the energetic connection of the past by which you were very gifted, and the modality by which you immediately recognize and realize that that connection is there, then it allows you to effectively recognize that you're not going through that process of having to relearn so much as you're going through the process of energetically remembering. And the modality by which you feel frustrated, right? The experience by which you have a lot of feelings about it. Even that, right? Even that is energetic. It's natural, right? What is more like, it's natural to have energetic, strong feelings of frustration as it relates to connecting to parts of ourselves that we feel that we have energetically forgotten. But when we work towards this, and this is what I want you to understand, that's a gift, right? You know why it's a gift? Because not a lot of people get to experience it. Not a lot of people get to experience it, right? It's a gift. It's a heavy blessing. And the modality, and when we recognize and realize that we're working through the context of a heavy blessing, right? We often go through those experiences by which we recognize and identify and say, like this is what you talk about with good grief, right? Like good grief. Because it's the modality, it is understanding that is the quality, like that is the quality of the experience, right? It's frustrating. Why? How could it not be, right? It's frustrating. It's confounding. It bothers us. But even in the modality by which we're effectively able to work through it, right? Even there, you allow compassion in, right? Even there, in the midst of those feelings, you find that ability of being able to articulate and amplify the energetic support. Because, and I want you to understand, like, I want you to recognize that I feel like, and I want to describe this here, you know, I feel like I see you effectively working through something in such a way by which, and I want you to understand this, like, when we understand our purpose, right? It's not the fact that things make less sense, they make more sense. And often we feel incensed when things make more sense, because we understand and recognize the valuation point and being able to do something in a way that feels like it's most, like in a way that feels like it's most practical. And I need to stress, this is putting a lot of, how are those Virgo placements going? Is what I keep on hearing. How are those Virgo placements going? Because the capacity by which I see, like, and I want to describe this, I'm not sure where your Virgo placements are, but the experience by which you're navigating a lot of those Virgo placements, it goes, this is less than ideal, right? Like, this is not like the modality by which you're experiencing the frustration through your Virgo is the modality by which you're saying, this is not the ideal way to effectively energetically learn things. But even there, I see that that is something that is a part of the past life connection, which is articulating. And I keep on seeing, and this is where it's interesting, because I've got a guide around you that says, if it was easy, you wouldn't be getting stronger now, would you? Right? And so the modality by which I see that you're working through the frustration, but rather than feeling the frustration that feels like it's overwhelming, being able to articulate to yourself and say, this is me getting stronger with navigating through frustration, right? I feel like that's a lot of the space that I see that is helping you energetically process a lot of those feelings. As I keep on hearing, even there, the question you need to be asking yourself is, whose frustration is this? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, we've got this four of pentacles. This Four of Pentacles, man. This Four of Pentacles recently has just been like, it's been a thing. But let's talk about it a little, right? Because what we're effectively identifying, we're effectively identifying with Four of Pentacles energy in that space is, I keep on seeing it's working into, right? It's working into the context. And I want to describe this too, because, and I think that and I want to describe this. This has a lot to do with the readings I've been giving you, because you said to me, what is the energetic past life beyond the one that keeps on coming up, right? And this is what I effectively see that's occurring there, because I almost see that, right, like your own feeling of working through less than perfect, right? I feel like that is also healing some of that previous life as well, because I see the space by which that energy was recognizing and identifying that perfect, right? Perfect is not found, it's made, right? It's not the space by which something is energetically ideal, right? But it's the space by which we do our best to work with it, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which we say, it's not ideal, but it'll do, right? The space by which you're working to heal. That's why I said, like, how are those Virgo placements going? Because the modality by which I see, and this was like, I keep on hearing, this was a big issue with that past life, right? And I feel like the continuation of you kind of understanding that you're like, and I want you to understand, and this is what I want you to clarify, like, this is what's going to help you with some of that frustration. Do you see the fact that the past life found their their desire for perfection was what they considered an energetic block, and then you're here and you don't have that same issue, right? But now you're feeling it because you're energetically connecting to past life, but it's working through, right? Less than ideal, but also understanding the beauty of the reintroduction to something that allows you to be able to bring a new perception to it, right? Your perception, you're not remembering, your perception is precious. And when you understand, right, when you understand that your perception is precious, then you recognize that the ability to energetically recall something, right, is important, because you're not working into the context by which you're forgetting your own self, but the space by which you're energetically integrating, which is being able to take the space of the past and bring it into the present person, or bring it into the present sense of self. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. Speaking about preciousness, the list is closed. But if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. You got the last spot, dear. No problem. And thank you, Crispin, for the follow. Yeah, I feel like this should be easy. Why isn't it easy? You're so welcome, dear. I feel like you're like actively doing that. Excellent. All right, let's continue. All right, the next person on the list for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else, as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you get on the list for today, you will be the first person to be read for when we're back on Friday. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, again, we read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that's relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. So what you're saying is, doesn't mean... Well, I mean, and I want to describe this. It's a good question that you're asking there, Dr. Genuine. Define no better, right? No better, is it no better or no differently? Like, and again, I'm speaking directly. Bear in mind, I'm speaking directly in reference to the reading I just did for Ava, right? Because that was effectively what the question was focusing upon, right? The ability of having a comparative view allows for a complete perspective, right? Yes, because you see the issues. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by the word D there. You know, like that's what I'm not sure that you're asking about. All right. Second call for Yasmin right now. If Yasmin's here, Yasmin, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if Yasmin had to step away, because I know Yasmin needed time, the next person on the list is Lisa. We're also at 153K likes. When we get to 200K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in 100. We'll get to 200K in no time. Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, dear. How are you? Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as we wait for Lisa's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. No, you listen, absolutely, you're not interrupting at all. And in fact, I'm trying to understand the question you're asking in a better way so that I can answer it. Yeah, I'm like we are a happy question. Questions are good here. Like I like to point out, it's never a healthy space. It's never a healthy space if we can't ask healthy questions. Like that is not a good thing. So, all right. Before we continue, though, we are going to warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. We got the board. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Excellent. Interesting, Lisa. And can you let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question? I haven't seen your question come. Oh, we got it. Insight reading on this year's underlying. Ooh, okay. Your internal. You're in, like it sounds like that's it. Like it sounds like a very it sounds like basically a shadow work reading, right? Okay, we got it. Okay, and I'm gonna pin up. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna pin up Lisa here, guys. Make sure to give Lisa some love. Yep. 4 cards, please. Oh, 3 here. Yep, and 1 more, please. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's fine. It's Aquarius and Pluto. Yeah. So I'm gonna show you these cards, right? I'm gonna show you the cards, and then we're gonna get into it, okay? Because we've got that's a lot, and then we've also got here the Knight of Wands with the Page of Wands, um, and how do I describe this? God, so I'm reading this specifically in relationality to your particular journey, is what I'm getting here, right? And I feel like a lot of it has to do in it's speaking to me about working through um, what it means to be able to effectively articulate or amplify to another um, what it means to be in a state of right intention, is what I keep on getting. And I want to describe this because I feel like I see, like, and I want to state this. I feel like I see something that's happening, particularly in relationality to you, that builds into the context of working through energetic anger, right? The space by which we ourselves feel angry or we articulate our energetic irritation towards things, right? The space by which we ourselves feel like validated in relationality to why we are energetically sensitive about something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important there, because And I want to describe this. Like, I feel like I see a lot of this energetic work that you're doing in terms of helping to guide others. Like, I literally see a situation by which you're articulating to another what it means to effectively navigate through something. And I want to describe this because, and I feel like there's something really, and I think that you understand this. The the nature of harm, right? The nature of harm. There's very, and I want to point this out. There are very few people. It's not to say that there aren't some. There are very few people that wake up, right, and identify the fact that they want to perform harm on another person. There are some. They're far gone. That is very, very far gone energy that effectively works through that modality in the space by which they literally, like, they work into the space by which they feel, the space by which they energetically work into that context of feeling that, in the space by which they want to effectively go against another person's, right? They feel the unhealthy ego that effectively feels the weight of only feeling energetically satisfied by seeing seeing like energetic harm performed on another. But I feel like this is what I see you articulating to another person, which is the modality or the experience by which a lot of harm is energetically caused in the space of another, right, doing something in such a way by which they allow their own desire to supersede the space of others, right? And I keep on hearing this coming through a lot in your reading, which is saying the desire that supersedes others is non-mindful to how others energetically feel about it, right? It's the space by which, and you'll sometimes see this, right? You'll sometimes see this quality in another. And that's why it's energetically concerning. Because often, and I feel like this is what I see you trying to communicate to another person, the modality by which we are like the space by which we allow our desire to supersede our empathy is the space by which we are already it's the space by which we are already in a modality by which we're not actively being patient and energetically listening to what others say. And so I see, like, I feel like this is really difficult because I literally see a situation by which you're navigating circumstances and feeling very, very triggered, right? Feeling very, very triggered, even as you're trying to communicate through them. And a lot of that communication that I see that you're trying to implement is having to work through the space of navigating others' motivations. And the one thing I want to describe with this, as you're going through this, to effectively help you energetically heal, is working into the context of identifying and recognizing that integrity, right? Integrity is the modality or the experience by which we ourselves are able to articulate upon something that is energetically consistent. And so I want to say that, like, make sure that you're looking for consistency. Consistency is key because a lot of that consistency that I see that you yourself are working through is helping, right? And I keep on getting, it's almost helping another individual through their own energetic hurdles. But also, and I keep on hearing, like, you having to say to someone, and someone being like, I have good intentions, right? And being everything, like everything starts with good intentions, right? That it's not a question about good intentions. And I keep on hearing, a good intention is one that is energetically shared. It's one that allows the amplification point of healthy direction. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this temperance card, right? Especially with the temperance card, bottom of the deck. I think that something that's really important there is working into the context of recognizing and identifying um, our own sense, like our own sense of energetic patience. And I keep on hearing that, like, even in, like, often, and I need to point this out, like, the thing with, like, especially with this temperance energy, and I want to say, like, if those are the experiences by which, and I want to, and like, this is the hard part about it, because we've got a lot of planets that are moving into Aries, right? And so that sometimes can do a number on our patience, right? That can sometimes do a number on our energetic feelings. But the ability to effectively allow our frustration to move us into better directions. It's not, I keep wondering, it's not just the space by which we articulate anger, but the space by which we're able to articulate a preferable action, right? So those experiences or those circumstances by which I feel like it's having to go through situations that often feel like they energetically test your patience, but being able to articulate to another what would effectively alleviate that will basically help you to recognize. I keep on saying, especially with, like, I want to point out, like, that's the hard part with all of this energy that I see, like all these cards that I see, like look at everybody holding those energetic standards, right? Like everybody, there's everybody in this reading here, right, is potentially coming towards you, like someone coming to, it's like everybody coming towards you with your desire and having to articulate to another. Like I keep on seeing you saying, like like everything can get done, and patience, like patience is the most important part of that, right? Because the space by which we're energetically patient is the space by which we're able to energetically prioritize in relationality to what feels like it's most important. And I keep on getting this. Healthy energy will never fault you for prioritizing patiently, right? Unhealthy energy, unhealthy energy will see that as like an offense. But the modality by which we are patient with each other is the ability by which we're able to articulate and identify progress. So make sure that you're having progressive conversations in relationality to what you're being patient towards. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for Friday, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have first priority. You'll be read for before we start the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just reading over. Yes, there's so much coming to the surface recently. Yeah, like these cards are wild. Like I wish I had a camera that I could take a picture of them, because these cards in combination, like it's a lot, is what I'm seeing. No, I agree, and I like to point this out, and I'll point this out, genuine. Like, what is the difference between stubbornness and tenacity, right? What is the difference between stubbornness and tenacity, right? Stubbornness, and I like to point this out, stubbornness is a refusal to change that's ego-based, right? Tenacity is being able to be energetically like it is the space by which we continue to effectively adapt as we desire to move forward, right? And that's often what I feel like that was very important to this reading too. It's almost like somebody recognizing the difference between stubbornness and tenacity, right? Thank you. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting. No, I agree. Lisa, low-key have been experiencing all of this, but this time I need to express not just my anger, but why I would, what I would like instead of it. Yes, as an Aries sun, and you know, I get it, right? Especially like it's like, and that's the thing about it. Like in a way, I like to point out those with Aries placements. I feel like this is going to feel like it's going to be a little bit easier, right? Because Aries are like, what day, like what day, like pick a day. Like often, like pick a day when you have Aries placements. It's like a lot of that energy being like, you know, like wrong door. You know, it's like a lot of that. How are you doing today? Welcome from Ireland, and welcome, Joanne. All right, my friends, I'm still looking for Yasmin. If Yasmin isn't here, final call for any of my my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, who would like their one card reading for the day. Hi, Yas, welcome back. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Thank you. Let me know through email. That's perfect. Just bear with me. I've got it here, dear. Inside, I got you. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin up Yaz here. This is Inside Tea, so I just need to ask for a moment so I can read over some of Yaz's question before we proceed. And just a reminder, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow or for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an initial card in your reading. Mm-hmm. Got it. You're so welcome, dear. Okay. Four cards, please. So I've got three words that are coming through on this. And I feel like the three words feel like they're energetically integral. And it has to do with recognizing and working through the context of being able to articulate to another a change of plans is what I keep on seeing, right? And then I keep on seeing, and like I have to stress this, like particularly and especially with the Ace of Wands and the Six of Swords, right? Like what are we effectively seeing with the Ace of Wands and the Six of Swords versus the Strength card and the Fool card, right? And I'm just gonna read into what I'm seeing energetically, and I feel like, and I keep on, and I think that there's something important about that, and I think in a way you can kind of already potentially, the reason that you're hesitant to talk to someone is because I think that in a way you can already kind of see, like you know enough to intuit the shape of that conversation, right? It says, like, especially with the wand energy, like these cards are all about travel, right? And this is what I effectively see. When we have plans, right, we make changes, right? When we have plans, we make changes, right? And it's not the fact, right? It's not the fact that we don't recognize that there aren't, right? And this is what we understand in the space of making plans. We recognize that when we make plans, there is always the realm of the unexpected, right? Modality by which we recognize something that could not be anticipated, right? And in the experience by which we can't experience it, then we're allowed to be in the space by which we recognize that that is what we understand as an exceptional circumstance, right? So an exceptional circumstance is the experience or the modality by which another person works through something, but not just in the space by which they work through it, but the space by which we understand. Like when we're in a maturation state, then we understand that we make plans with the responsibility of recognizing exceptional circumstances, right? Which is the modality by which something has changed. And when we have an exceptional circumstance, what do we effectively do about it? We articulate, right? We express our energy, we express, like we express our space by which we work to effectively resolve it. It's not exceptional if it feels like it's circumventing, which is the modality by which potentially it's like I want to describe this, right? Like, and I want to, like everything I keep on seeing here with the Strength and the Fool card is having to say to another person, right? It's okay if things change. Like even in the shape of the nature of you potentially recognizing that your relationship between you and them has changed in a way, right? But I keep on hearing, we have the conversation, right? We have the, I feel like I keep on seeing here, we have the bravery, right? This is the bravery we have to have a hard conversation, right? The bravery we have to have a hard conversation is the state by which another person says, like, I need to talk to you about something. And often, right, like a brave conversation can go a long way in healing something. But what often happens is when another person tries to avoid a brave conversation, it ruins friendship because it's the modality by which another person recognizes that another person, like, rather than having the brave conversation that would require, right, that might require a little bit of discomfort, but then allows for possibilities to energetically flourish, right? I almost see a situation by which, like, it feels to me like I keep on hearing the modality by which you felt like you had to arrive into information instead of receiving it. And so and again, and I need to stress this, we never look to the tarot to, or any divination method, to make our decisions for us. Like, the beauty of the system is that it gives us advice in relationality to how to navigate a situation. And I feel like this, like, if you were to have a conversation with this person, this is what is effectively, right? This is effectively the only conversation that should be, right? And if the conversation, and I feel like that's the space, and I keep on hearing, and this is why often, right? This is why often a conversation like this becomes an impossible conversation, because what we're basically seeing is we're getting a conversation paradox, right? Which is the space by which another person wants to effectively talk to you about the fact that they should have told you something. And the modality by which you recognize that the hurt has already been happened, right? Like, the only sound that should be one of apology. So I feel like there's something important about that. And I need to stress this, and I'm going to give you the bottom of the deck information on this, okay? Bottom of the deck. You have to navigate this. And the reason you're feeling conflicted is because you've already been wounded, right? You're literally carrying the wound. And obviously, and in the space by which, and I need to stress this, regardless, right? And this is what you have to understand. When we are injured, right, another person does not get to tell us what would be healthy, right? The space by which we are feeling energetically wounded, we get to decide what healing would be, right? Nobody else gets to. And often, right, often we recognize the source of pain in our lives when we're feeling energetically wounded and another person tries to force a conversation on us by saying, it would be good to talk. It would be healthy for us to talk. It'd be healthy for them. Yeah, it'd be healthy for them, right? But it's not about whether it has to be a conversation in relationality to the mutual health of the relationship, right? Not the fact that they feel it would be healthy, right? And them trying to say, I'm trying, and they're probably articulating to others and saying, I'm trying to do the healthy thing. I'm trying to talk to them and they won't talk to me. They won't talk to me, right? And meanwhile, you see the source of the injury, right? Because what do you see in the source of the injury? You see someone that is being very, very persistent on the fact that they're insisting, they're almost trying to force the healthy conversation, right? So that, if you're seeing that, let that be your verification, right? There's nothing healthy that can spring from a forced conversation where someone has already injured us and then they insist that they need to talk to us to energetically rectify it, recognizing that we ourselves don't feel energetically comfortable having that conversation. What's happening right now is you and another person are having a writing on the wall situation, right? The writing's on the wall. It's the space by which you have effectively recognized your place in their life proportional to the experience of it, right? And again, it's not to say, and I'm going to stress it again, the tarot never tells us what we should do. But what it is articulating is You get to decide, right? If this is a modality by which you've had a lot of pain, and I need to point this out, if you can articulate to this person, right, you can even say to this person, this has hurt me. These are the ways you've hurt me. I'm not in a space by which I feel comfortable speaking to you because I'm worried about being hurt more. That's okay to leave it there, right? Because often that is the space by which we have to understand apologies are not forced, right? And sometimes the way we can leave something healed is saying, I want to be clear. The reason that we're not speaking, right? The reason that we're not speaking, here are the list of reasons, right? These are the ways that I have felt energetically hurt. And I recognize that you did not intend that, but I don't feel like we need to proceed further, right? And the modality by which you say, the best thing you can do for me at this time is to allow me to heal, I need to point out, energy that cares about us respects our energetic wishes, right? The modality by which we, and I keep on, and we can articulate, right? We can articulate if we didn't need to, but it's the space by which, right? It's the space by which, like the healthy conversation, and this is what you have to recognize, this is what you need to regulate within your own self, right? If you felt, and this is how we heal, right? We don't say, I'm ready to have a conversation, but you don't feel like you can let it go, right? Sometimes there's nothing healthier than saying to another person, I really don't think there's anything you can say to fix this. That's all you have to say. And that's okay. There's nothing more responsible, right? There is nothing more responsible and respectable than to say to someone, I understand your desire to fix it, but I don't think there's anything that you can say that is going to energetically fix it. Because that is you basically saying to another person, this is how you can care for me in the best capacity at this moment. Not saying that it could not change, right? Not saying that that could not change, but the ability in terms of you, like I feel like your responsibility to right now to help you is helping to define to them what would be a caring act. Help them define to them what would feel caring. But first, don't feel forced. Do the inner work to understand and define what it is. And it's okay to say to somebody, I might need a little time, right? Like, and if they're respective of you, they will understand and honor that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but if you get on the list for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. You'll also be read for. If you get on the list today, you get first priority in being read for prior to the Daily Collective on Friday. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Yeah, I had to arrive to this information instead of receiving it. And that makes so much sense. Brings me to tears. You couldn't be more spot on. You're so welcome, dear. I do my best. And thank you for also receiving this message. Exactly. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I banged my finger so hard at the exact moment you said you've been through this before. Sending you support, dear. That part, yeah, apologies aren't forced. I'm not sure if the conversation would feel healing. But, and this is the thing, right? You can say to somebody, I need some time to think about it, right? Like, it's okay. Like, and that's it. And like, sometimes you say, the thing that would be healing for me right now is time, right? And that doesn't mean, hearing doesn't mean you have to close a door. But saying to another person, I'm feeling a lot right now, I don't think that this is the right time for us to be having that conversation. The thing is, I genuinely wish and want this to be resolved. But and that, like you said, you don't see the light at the moment. So, and again, if there's, and this is the thing, if there's a capacity by which you feel like there's something that they can say to you that feels like it would rectify it, then it's okay to have that conversation. But if you feel like if you're going through the possibilities and being like, there's very little, like there's nothing that you can see that would make it better, then it's okay to identify and recognize if that's not a conversation that you're feeling that you want to have to experience or endure. Fairy, the list is closed today, but I do have, I am going to be finishing up with 1-card readings for super fans. If you want to become a super fan and do a 1-card, I'm happy to draw a card around you on that and sending you support on that journey. You're so welcome, Yas, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I know it's difficult. I mean, and I want to, I want to argue that. I don't think it's not the fact that friendships aren't supposed to bring pain. Friendships bring healthy pain, growing pains, right? We help each other grow, right? It's not, and we'll know this. Good friendships sometimes, like some friendships, right? Like they go through the moments, but it's working in the understanding, right? It's working through the understanding of being able to recognize the empathy it takes to work through difficult things, right? Like, and sometimes like that's the variance point, right? It's not that it's not just all sunshines and rainbows, but it's understanding that even when it's not, it feels like it's working through something in the best way possible. Yep, I know what you mean. No, I totally know. All right, my friends. Well, and again, and I have to stress this, right? Like that question there, Yaz, that is like, I think that is a good space by which you can connect to your higher self to see how, like, that is like, right? Like I feel like that's more of a question to yourself, right? Being able to go into that space and ask yourself how they feel about it might be a good step in the right direction. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Final call on any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. If you would like to have a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan, you're so welcome, dear. I know it's difficult, and make sure that you're giving yourself time as you work through it. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. If you became a super fan today for the first time, I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. There you will be able to introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on next Wednesday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. I've got a card for you coming through, Lisa, Healing on Relationship, from their guides. They need to come towards you, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I feel like it's the space by which they need to identify and articulate what was going on. Like bottom of the deck, particularly and especially with the three of, like the Three of Wands and its reversal, you know? Like, I feel like I keep on hearing something about someone owing an explanation, right? Allow me to explain. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy, right? Like when we're coming towards each other in a healthy way, we're able to identify and say to each other, like, the first thing we should say is, I owe you an explanation, right? Especially if they, like, I keep wondering, like, especially if they, like, energetically vanished in some way, right? Like, I almost see, like, I feel like it's like I keep on hearing, like, it's not your responsibility to understand another person's vanishing act, right? Like, they need to articulate, like, how they were feeling, is what I keep on getting. Thank you, dear. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, if you became a super fan today, make sure that you're heading over to, make sure to send me a disco, private message me a disco gift, and I will send you a link to the disco. If you would like to, if you're not a subscriber but would still like a discount to our coupon code for class next week, message me the word class. And if you want to learn more about the retreat that we're having, we're heading out to in August to learn to study tarot in Italy. Make sure to message me the word trip and I'll send you the details. Remember, this is the final opportunity to be able to get to pre-register to ensure your spot. And also, if you register today, you'll get that $200 discount. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you To my followers, old and new, thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day. We'll do this again on Friday. Have a great day, everyone.